invention and so on and so forth, all these are now part of folklore. Yeah? Late Professor Ranjit Guha talked of, and it was a twist on one of Marx's phrase. Marx talked about organic composition of capital, right? Guha talks of organic composition of subordination and resistance. Yeah? So there is huge literature on these things that we need to be aware of and certainly kind of engage with, and most of these connect with issues pertaining to the world of work. Yeah? Today's conversation hopefully would be as enlightening as yesterday's conversation. Yeah. Let's look forward to all these excellent, hopefully, presentations, yes, which should initiate, yeah, a lot of food for thought. So with these very brief opening remarks, let me now ask our volunteers to think of the next session, yeah, announce who all are there, invite the guests, etc. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Please settle down. Now we are starting our first session. The idea for this first session, which we will discuss in this session, is challenges of decent work. The speakers are Prachi Bansal, Assistant Professor, Jindal School of Government and Public Policy, OP Jindal Global University; Neha Chauhan, Deputy Director, Ministry of Finance, Indian Economic Service Officer; Nidhi Swilat, works with All India Kisan Sabha, and the discussant for this session is Santosh Verma, the independent researcher, PhD from Center for Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University. The moderator for this session is Mr. Sukhpal Singh, who is a professor and former chairperson, Center for Management in Agriculture, Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
About incessant sabotage.
It's happening at all levels now. Huh? Okay, so thank you very much for this introduction to this session. As you know, we are going to discuss the phenomena or the practice of decent work and challenges at various levels. You know that this concept came with ILO's proposals on this to begin with, and now it's very mainstream concept across various disciplines as well as practice on the ground. We have heard of sweatshops in the case of ready-made garments, which are all about this. We've also heard of better factories program in various countries in ready-made garments. We also have many standards of production, including in agriculture sector, whether you talk of global GAP, global good agricultural practices, or you think of organic production and trade, or fair trade in agri-products, or responsible production practices. There are many projects going on in this country also, or ethical trade, and even company-specific standards which have elements of what can be described as components of decent work. I'm talking only principles. I'm saying this because we did some study a few years back on BCI, if you have not heard of this, Better Cotton Initiative, which is a global initiative of global retailers of ready-made garments to improve production and work practices in the cotton sector for their own vested self-interest, saying that if you don't do anything, maybe cotton will not be produced at a scale which it is done or it should be done. So you will be surprised that even in that better cotton initiative standards or principles, one of the principles is that the farmer will promote decent work, yeah, on the farms. And we did an independent study in India and Pakistan, and that was the least cared principle. Because that was about workers, that was about farmers being asked to do something about another human being. So that was not carried through to the field. Other things like save water, save use of chemical inputs, use less, promote better quality production, don't disturb natural habitats of birds and animals, all that was being attempted, but not this one. Whether in India or Pakistan, whether in Gujarat or in Punjab of India. And similarly, there is sugarcane initiative called Bon Sucro, which is also about sustainable sugarcane, which also has this kind of aspects of decent work. The point I am trying to make is that despite all this, labor is still treated as an input in the production process, if I want to say it that way. The human part of workers is still not recognized in most of the situations. We are talking of living wages, we are talking of living incomes now for various stakeholders in agri-value systems. We are talking of social and economic upgrading of stakeholders, including workers. There are a lot of research studies, a lot of special issues of journals, special volumes of books edited on this, because I have been part of this kind of thing for the last 15 years now, starting with Manchester, capturing the gains and value chains project at that time we were talking about, where we did studies across 14 countries, across 4 sectors of ready-made garments, horticulture, tourism, and mobile telephony. So the issue is that we say so much about it, but when it comes to practicing on the ground, there are challenges. Challenges at various levels, links in the value chain from farmer side, from procurer or processor side, from retailer side, and whatnot. So I'm very happy that we have this session, and we have 3 impressive presentations, which I look forward to. So without taking much time, may I now request Dr. Prachi Vansal to make her presentation in 15 minutes. Yeah.
Are you also addicted to pass on?
So the topic of my paper is labor absorption in Indian agriculture, analysis based on farm level cost of cultivation data. Before I begin, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here. I did my PhD from the Center for Informal Sector and Labor Studies, and this happens to be the first presentation after my PhD here officially, so I'm excited for that. So, okay, what do I mean by labor absorption is basically that employment in agriculture per hectare of land or per unit of land area. And in an economy like India, where you have surplus labor and scarcity of land, the total employment that you can have in agriculture is actually constrained by the amount of land available and not so much by the amount of workers available. So in the 1970s, a lot of work was done on labor absorption, and as we may know, Professor Krishna Bhardwaj was in fact the first ones who did pioneering work in this subject during that time. The major reasons to study labor absorption during the 1970s was to look at basically structural transformation, poverty elevation, economic growth, and looking at the use of hired labor in the mode of production debate kind of thing. The composition of labor in terms of whether it's hired labor or family labor. And because that was the time when you had green revolution and penetration of technology, so labor use was also studied to so as to see what are the employment implications of this kind of technology on agriculture. But in terms of, if the question is why should we study labor absorption now, One major reason is that presently, and we've had this discussion yesterday at length, so I'll not go deeply into this, but there exist high levels of unemployment, and at present agrarian relations in India are characterized by high degree of inequality of land, declining employment in agriculture, increasing cost, and many papers yesterday actually thrown light on this. There is continued existence of unfree labor relations in agriculture as well. So the major research gaps that my paper identifies are that presently you do not have any study that provides a contemporary macroeconomic picture of labor absorption. Most of the data that you have gives you an idea of labor employment, as in NSS data, PLFS data. So also the data set that I am using is the farm level cost of cultivation data. And while many scholars have given some idea of the labor use in the contemporary period, most recently Ramesh Chand, but most of those papers are concentrated around average labor use. So they don't look at the distribution of labor use. And most of the papers are also concentrated around just 4 crops: paddy, wheat, cotton, and sugarcane, which had been the focus crops now and which had been the focus crops even during the time of farm management service. So my study basically shows that use of farm level data is critical to show distribution of labor use, and though there are farm level studies based on farm level data, they are only restricted to a particular state or a particular region, so not an all India picture. I would like to quickly go through the major methods that are used to study labor absorption. Famous ones are the decomposition analysis made famous by Raj Krishna in the 1970s. Again, the principal component analysis, which was done by Biplav Das Gupta, where he looked at 133 villages in using the agroeconomic research survey data. The very famous neoclassical method, in which basically people estimate labor demand curves, or they look at efficiency, whether Indian agriculture is efficient or inefficient. And the general way the neoclassicals approach is that whether wages are equal to marginal product of labor, and they carry forward the analysis like that, which had been critiqued very well by Krishna Bhardwaj in the 1970s, that you cannot look at wages equality of marginal productivity of agriculture. In the context of agriculture, it fails because of many reasons I've listed here, primarily being that wages in agriculture are also set as area wages, time wages, piece rated wages, and small farmers not only hire out labor but also hire in labor. The Marxist methods which have looked at labor absorption are, there are a few studies, and they emphasize on the mode of exploitation of labor. And these methods place the social character of the classes which are exploiting the rural proletariat. Now here, the data set that I am using is the Comprehensive Scheme for Cost of Cultivation of Principal Crops, the CCPC data set. Professor Abhijit Sen called this data set a veritable gold mine of continuous farm level data. Continuous, it's been coming year after year from 1971, and now I've incorporated the latest round, which is till 2019-20. So it's a continuous series of data, and these data are collected at the farm level for 29 major crops across 19 major states of India. And they capture operation, the labor that has gone into the operations in sowing, weeding, harvesting, irrigation, threshing, manure, pesticide, and fertilizer. So all major agricultural operations are captured. The only issue with this data is that they do not release the entire set of data. The data that is available online is only for total hours of work by the casual, attached and family labor for each size class of farmer. So by size class of farmer, what they mean is that they have looked at the area operated by the farmers and range from marginal farmers. Marginal farmers in their definition is anybody who is having less than 1 hectare of land, and goes till large farmers, anybody who is having greater than 15 hectares of land. And another major problem with this data has been, it's very, as I said, it's very relatively less utilized. It's hard to process data because every year they release some part of it, they don't release some part of it, and there is that issue with this data. Now I'd like to quickly show just 4 or 5 major results from my study. These are the average, this table shows you the average labor use measured in terms of hours per acre for selected years. My study looked at from, as I said, 1971 to 2019-20. When I've given for selected years, what's the average labor use per hectare of land. I would only like you to look at the major numbers which I've highlighted. So as you can see, labor absorption has actually declined in most crops. Look at paddy, the right side column. Paddy is the most labor using cereal crop. It has 257 hours per hectare of employment available, as if you were to put it in simple terms. Wheat, as you can see, is the least labor using crop. And this also makes sense because we know that green revolution has, that most intensified mechanization in the wheat cultivation. If you look at the pulses, gram, arhar, urad and moong, the arhar pulse is the most labor using pulse, and then you had moong, which has the lowest labor use. If you look at the oil seeds, groundnut is the most labor using oil seed, and then others. Amongst the other crops, and these are actually the crops in which there is highest labor use. So look at sugarcane, onion, potato, cotton and jute. They have highest labor use, but even their labor use has fallen over the years. So that is one important point to know, that it has fallen for most crops, and there is high disparity. So sugarcane, while it has 472 hours per hectare of hours per acre of work, wheat only has 130 hours per acre of work. Now, here also quickly I would just like to show you this, that if you look at the composition of labor, whether you are using family labor, attached labor or casual labor, so the orange color that you see is casual, the grey is family, and I just wanted to look at the third panel. So the third panel is all your eastern states, Bihar, Odisha and West Bengal, and you see that they use a relatively high proportion of family labor. Look at the second panel, which is your southern states, they use a relatively high proportion of casual labor. So, and look at Punjab and Haryana, so overall labor absorption is also low, and the mix of the composition also varies a lot. Then I'm just showing the results for paddy, but I've analyzed it for various other crops. Now, this is an important graph, and so what do I want to show here is that basically how the distribution of labor use looks like. So when I said that most of the people have just looked at average and not the distribution, so what I've done here is that on the y-axis, what you have is the size class of, what you have on the y-axis is the proportion of family labor that is used in the production of paddy crop, all India. And on the x-axis, you have size class of farmers ranging from marginal farmers to large farmers. Now, if you would look at, the way, so it's ranging in terms of small size class of farmers to the larger size class of farmers. And if we see the box plots that are inside this whole violin that is there, you'll see that as we move from the small size class of farmers to large size class of farmers, the average proportion of family labor use is falling. The height of the box plots, which indicate the spread of the distribution, also shows that the dispersion is falling. Now the violin plot that I've imposed on these box plots actually shows very interesting information. What it shows is that among the marginal and small farmers in India cultivating paddy, bulk of the population is concentrated in the 90 to 100% bracket of the, you see the width of this plot here. So this shows that a large bulk of the population is in the 90 to 100% of the farmers. And if you will look at the large farmers, this concentration happens in less than 15%. Now, I would like to see whether this pattern is replicated in other states or not, and I don't want to bore you with the entire graph, but just to make the point that this pattern is only visible for a few states, Assam, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha and West Bengal. And to make my point clearer, I just want to contrast West Bengal and Punjab. If you look at West Bengal and Punjab, what you see is that the median that is indicated by the box plot is similar. The proportion of family labor is similar for Punjab, matters a lot. And now, based on all this analysis of CCPC data, what I found is that yes, there is difference in the terms of which crop is using how much labor, but what explains this pattern? Now, presently the data that you have only has information on what machinery is there, what amount of fertilizers are used, but they do not have any information on the size of household. They do not have information on the availability and nature of non-farm employment. Now, when I say nature, I mean that whether the employment that is available in that village is precarious or of different kinds. what are the class and caste relations, availability of labor, the gender norms prevailing in the village society, because most of the operations that we do in agriculture are also determined by the kind of gender norms that are there. Now, I have explored all these in my primary thesis, the primary survey data in Haryana. But here, what I wanted to present to you is that an aggregate macroeconomic picture of what labor absorption looks like, to give you the numbers. Because yesterday, in the sessions we talked about, there is combined sugarcane harvesters coming up and cotton harvesters coming up. And so it's important to note what is happening to the overall picture of labor absorption. I tried to estimate an empirical model, also I have not shown the results here for the sake just to tell you that it does not explain labor use, because labor use in agriculture is actually explained by these factors which the data do not capture. But it does give you a sense of what has happened in agriculture over the years in different crops, and it is different for different states. So it's not like in all the states you have had a fall in labor absorption in agriculture. There were time periods in which you had a very high rise in Bihar and Odisha and the eastern states. In fact, if I could just quickly go back to this graph that I showed, that still you can see that the levels of labor use that you see in Bihar, Odisha and West Bengal, Tamil Nadu are much higher than say Punjab, Haryana, and so there is wide disparity. Now just to last slide, summary. So the decline, as I say, is for most crops in most regions that labor absorption has declined, but this decline is not uniform and there is high variability across the crops, across regions and across size class of farmers. So a Punjab farmer having say 5 acres of land and a West Bengal farmers having 5 acres of land have very different pattern of labor use as the study shows. There is high spatial diversity and the size class wise distribution also shows that the diversity is not just in the total labor use, the diversity is also in the terms of the small farmer using how much of family labor or casual labor. And these patterns which you see at the macroeconomic level are not replicated by the state level for all the states, because underlying agrarian relation differs across all states. And so I did a detailed study for Haryana, but not for obviously all the other states. So thank you.
Thank you, Prachi, for giving us a very good profile and pattern of labor use in Indian agriculture. Now may I invite Neha Chauhan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm currently pursuing my PhD. My topic is gender discrimination in India's labor market since the early 1980s. So during the course of this presentation, what I'll be discussing, I have tried to find a connect between decent work. It is one of the chapters in my PhD, and I have tried to see why in case of women employment and predominance of women employment, why it has become a challenge to actually in a way adhere to the concepts of to the various principles of decent work. So as the topic of today's session is challenges of decent work, in this scenario I have tried to map and analyze the employment of women in Indian agriculture and why this discussion should go beyond only measuring the employment in Indian agriculture. If you look at the quality of employment in agriculture, it's important because proportionate proportionately, when we measure employment, it's not just labor force participation. We need to go beyond it. And when you look at the quality of employment, the areas where women are actually employed, agriculture emerges as the major area. What I'm trying to say here is that challenges in implementation of decent work principles is magnified in the case of women employment. And in the course of this presentation, I'll be talking more about it. So work in a holistic sense, if we talk about it, it's a social relationship. It's not just a contractual relationship between employer and employees. In simple words, in one line, decent work means opportunities for jobs that are freely chosen, respect core labor standards, provide a living wage, and ensure equal treatment for all. Workers should be able to perform their tasks under safe and healthy conditions and have a voice in the workplace. Over the period of time, we have seen that there is contractualization and informalization of labor services, and it has increased in almost every country, which again hints at commodification of labor and labor services. Women, as they are heavily concentrated in low-income informal sector jobs, they are paid less than the minimum wages, and this particular sector provides minimum to no social benefits. Agriculture and other rural livelihood are also responsible for over 38% of the employment in low and middle income countries, making agri-food sector a major source of jobs. In most agriculture, wage labor is carried out by day laborers, seasonal laborers and temporary workers who perform the lowest skill tasks in poor working conditions. Agriculture is also considered as one of the most hazardous occupation, and over the period of time, as the use of machinery, pesticides, etc. has increased, then exposure to pesticide and other agrochemical, that also form a major occupational risk, which may result in poisoning, death in certain cases, and work-related hazards. Decent work, productive work for women and men in condition of freedom, equity, security, and human dignity. If we talk about decent work in India's labour market, then presence of huge informal sector, incomplete structural transformation, and high level of poverty in developing country, it demands a wider conception of social security. Most of the policies and intervention in our country are aimed at generation of employment only, and not at improving the quality of employment available to the masses. The decent employment by definition ensures that jobs, employment offered to people ensures reasonable remuneration, social security, and voice. So only if we talk about social security, then of course it's the right of every worker, and it should be given the utmost importance in the as a fundamental duty of employer. But generally, two indicators are used to measure social security dimension of decent work. First is public extent on social security as a percentage of GDP, and adequacy of coverage of workers in respect of contingency. In our country, insurance penetration currently is only 2.7%. And it increased to 4.2% in 2021. Life insurance penetration is also at a very low level, 3.2% of the entire population. Clearly, in India, households remain exposed to significant financing gap in the event of premature death of a primary breadwinner. Insurance density in India, though it has increased from 11.1 US dollar in 2001 to 91 US dollar in 2021, even then it leaves lot to be covered. If you talk about pension basically, then labor force participation rate, if a person is employed, of course, the kind of pension the person is getting, that should be measured. So the framework of pension system that has evolved globally. In India, in 2021, pension asset of OECD country stood at 38.5 trillion and 66.9% of the GDP. Some of the OECD countries' pension assets are over 100% of their GDP. Entitled to a pension equivalent to 90% of the average daily wage drawn by the worker as per the existing norm. But insurance benefits under the employer, we have like 3 schemes, that's what I have tried to discuss here. So we have EDLI, we have EFRDA launch scheme, which is NPS and APY. So in this case, if we talk about the informal sector, only APY is applicable, and that too is a voluntary, a person has to voluntarily opt for APY rather than something being provided to them on a voluntary basis. So government introduced API in 2015 as a part of overarching objective of providing universal social security. But if you look at the coverage of it, only 68 lakh people currently have this access. They have opted for the scheme, and that too on a contributory basis. These are the figures related to some certain social security initiatives. Population covered by at least one social protection benefit of the entire population is only 24%. The figure was in 2016, this figure was 22%, it has increased to 24%. In many countries, if agriculture is the major contributor, like in our country, then there is a limited capacity to finance social security. It cannot be financed from the general tax revenue. It cannot be financed from the direct contribution. So the burden of social security falls on the worker itself. To illustrate the lack of social protection coverage, proportion of global population not covered by health protection mechanism amounts to 56% of the rural population, and this figure amounts to 39% in the total population. The second principle is freedom of association and right to collective bargaining. Of course, right to collective bargaining is a fundamental human right allowing effective participation of non-state across economic and social policy, laying at the heart of democracy and rule of law. These are the figure of trade union density rate in our country starting from 2017 to 2020. As far as deprivation of social dialogue among the majority of workers is concerned, the dominance of informal sector could be one of the reasons as mentioned above. Moreover, it is noted that diversity of activities, the smallness of unit of work, establishment style, and dominance of home-based work, the casual nature of work, widespread illiteracy among the workers, and lack of legal entitlement of agency of work with poses major challenges organizing informal workers. And agriculture workers are characterized by all these properties. This is the level of compliance in percentage. 4.47% in 2015 and 3.32% in 2021. So violation of freedom of association among agriculture workers is frequent. Situation is even more critical for indigenous workers who are often denied the right to set up or join such organizations. Globalization had a considerable impact on level of trade union representation among wage agriculture workers also. In case of women, the situation is even more challenging. Socially, women's freedom is curtailed through various norms and restrictions. Their access to public space, places outside boundaries of four walls, that is also limited. And one of the main reasons for choosing home-based work is this only. These female workers lack a voice at workplace, and also they face social restriction on their association with others. So hence they are not associated with any employees and unions also. Now I will move towards the second part of my presentation. Where so the only method through which we try to represent women in a workplace, we try to measure their employment, is through LFPR and their employment rather than looking at the quality of it. So over the period of time starting from 1970 to 73, here I have mapped the unemployment rate of labor force according to usual status. This is rural employment category wise. We can clearly see that two major trends emerge for men and female and male LFPR. In agriculture, starting from 1983, a mapping of LFPR, rural male, rural female, urban male and urban female has been done here. This figure shows the representation of rural female in the total employment as far as agriculture sector is concerned. You can see that female representation is higher than the male representation. And when this study is done across all sectors and all industries, based on ISIC level 2, then it shows that there are basically 4 major areas which emerges as the areas where women are mainly employed. So the women are mainly employed either in agriculture, education sector, retail trade, or manufacturing of varying apparel. Out of that also, agriculture takes the major share, which is almost 64% in the year 2020. Same picture emerges from the year 2018 to 2020. Then I have tried to calculate the Duncan's discrimination index for women. It shows how over the period of time, see the percentage of women that need to move from one sector to another in order to bring equality in the occupational distribution. This is what is given by the similarity index. So it was at 26% in the year 2020, in the year 2000, and it has increased to 32% in the year 2020. So if you try to take like the percentage view of it, that how women are as a percentage of total employment, if you try to look at the proportion of women employed in agriculture, construction and various other sectors, this table is trying to tell you that. So the LFPR tells us that 60% of the women are employed in agriculture. This percentage increases to 74 if you take into account the total percentage of women employed. In fact, the predominance of women in agriculture is so high that if you try to study the trend, taking into account agriculture, then in comparison to agriculture, everything else seems so minuscule that it becomes difficult to actually follow a trend. This is the diagram which is showing the percentage of informal workers in various in rural sector. This is trying to show you how many informal workers are there as per their education status. So informalization of labor is there as far as male laborers are concerned, as far as male workers are concerned. If they are unemployed, then mainly they are in informal sector, or if they are a dropout. In women's case, all across education level, informalization is present. So to conclude, I'll say that it will not be an exaggeration to say that men working in female profession like agriculture, artisan, education, health would earn less comparing to a man working in a male-dominated occupation. It happens mainly because wages tend to be lower in female-dominated occupation. And then there is this another trend emerging regarding casualization of women work. In desperate need of flexibility in working hours, women tend to enter into job contracts which are casual in nature and accordingly poorly paid with less or no social security avenues. So there is a need to revisit this debate in terms of gender equality. If argument by decent work principles aim to protect human rights of workers, then women should also be ensured same rights and same privileges. And the role of caregiver is often chosen by women in their reproductive ages, but there is a trend that women are not even re-entering the workforce after a certain gap. The gap between de jure and de facto situation of women is persistent. This situation could be improved only by closing this gender gap, and the phenomena of women induction could also help in ending discrimination against women as women become aware of their rights at home and workplace. But sensitization towards maternity and reproductive role of women also needs to be enhanced. Here the responsibility of policymakers becomes paramount. The objectivity of increasing women present on workplace cannot be achieved without active policy intervention. Left to itself, society and employers continue to exclude women from job positions of strategic importance or even social spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha, for taking us through the social security concerns of workers in general and women workers in particular, and also bringing in the enabling rights as an important part of moving towards anything called decent work. And this was interesting that your observation that if it's a female or women worker dominated occupation, then even men tend to not get good enough. It's very interesting. Thank you. May I now invite Nidish Pilat to make his presentation, please.
Dear Professor Sukhpal Singh, my dear friends, comrades, I salute the academic community in the JNU for initiating this important conversation on agri-business. This is important. This conversation is important because the manoring of the agri-business, agri-big business, has generated an unprecedented patriotic fervor among masses after independence. I think it was the manoring of the big business that resulted in the historic and legendary Delhi farmer struggle. So, in a very strict technical sense, I think my paper should have come under movements and resistance, but for logistical reasons, I'm doing here. When Professor Archana Prasad asked me to present a paper in this workshop, we actually discussed and thought of presenting my ongoing action research which I'm doing for Kisan Sabha on tire cartels, where the leading tire monopolies in India do market manipulation and exploit rubber farmers, etc., which was found out by Competition Commission of India, and now Kisan Sabha is taking up that issue. But yesterday I was politically provoked. The debates that happened here politically provoked me, politically, ideologically, and theoretically. Two things. First, many young people were so curious to know what is the alternative to increasing hegemony of agri-big business. And that, as a Kisan Sabha activist, that provoked me. And secondly, my dear comrade, Professor Praveen Jha, he referred to volume 3 of the Capital, and it theoretically provoked me, because I have been working on building alternatives that will help, that will accelerate the agrarian revolution in India, which is the axis of the democratic revolution in India. And my my theoretical studies took me to the chapter 27, volume 3 of Capital, the chapter on credit, where Marx beautifully identifies cooperatives as the sprouts of the new system of socialist transformation. The section where Marx talks about emergence of joint stock companies and the dialectical counterpart of cooperatives. So thank you, Professor Jha, for igniting me. Then I thought, I will briefly talk on Sahya together, budding together for future, cooperative class forces to fight corporates. So this is basically a story of a Kisan Mazdoor cooperative that is functioning in the remote district called Idukki in Kerala. This is a tea producing cooperative of Kisans and workers. So before going into before introducing this particular cooperative, I would love to briefly share the larger political economic climate which forced the Kisans and Mazdoors to form this cooperative. In the beginning of this century, in early 2000s, the tea industry witnessed a massive industrial restructuring. The monopoly firms like Tata's and Unilever, which were controlling, the tea market, they were actually vertically integrated, where they were holding direct legal ownership over all parts of the production process. Yeah. So, Indian tea industry, was characterized by this vertical integration. But, strategically, the strategic reason was for more profits. The leading firms went for a industrial restructuring, and there was a kind of, vertical disintegration. By vertical disintegration, what I mean is that the leading firms identified that actually running agriculture operations is risky. Because you have to deal with a trade union, you have to deal with climate change, all the rules by the governments, everything. So they decided to, exit from the agriculture operations. No, because, yeah, I don't know slides. Yeah, yeah. So they started exiting from the agriculture operations. They started exiting from the direct management of agriculture operations largely. For instance, Hindustan Unilever sold their major estates in Assam to a firm called McLeod Russell, I think. Then Tata's sold their northeast operations to amalgamated plantations, and in Kerala the Kannandevan plantations, etc. So they maintained a tactical degree of ownership or control also, like where they ensured that they would get cheap tea from these adjustments, and legally they were free from all technicalities, all government rules, trade union, everything. Yeah, everything. That was a brilliant managerial move by the big bourgeoisie. So and they were the monopolies were completely focusing on packaging, branding, marketing. So this is the restructuring that happened. So parallelly we can see the ruling class, who always dances with the tune of the monopolies, was encouraging small tea growers also. To quote some figures, in 1991, small tea growers contributed 7% of the total production. But now in 2022, small tea growers contribute 52% of the total tea production in India. And by estimates, by 2030, small tea growers will be contributing 70% of the total tea production. So the tea production in India is now primarily becoming a peasant-run enterprise, and the workers in the organized sector are heavily exploited. So and now what is happening to the small tea growers in India? The big monopolies, their exploitative strategy is that the small tea growers would be forced to sell their green leaf to the corporates. So if I am owning 1 acre of, if I'm a marginal peasant owning 1 acre of land, there will be agents by the corporates to collect leaf from me. So the agents on behalf of corporates are heavily exploiting farmers. For example, they would say that your tea doesn't have good quality, so I will take for 1 rupee, 2 rupee, 3 rupee. You can imagine the kind of humiliation and exploitation that were faced by the primary producers. So in Kerala, Idukki is the largest tea producing district, and Idukki is having a lot of tea farmers, small tea growers. So this particular area, this Sahia tea factory is located in a area called Tangamani. It's a very remote area in Idukki. So the corporates were doing the same thing. You know, they were humiliating, they were exploiting the peasants. So the Kisan Sabha secretary, my good friend Romeo, who himself is a tea farmer, he convened meeting of several tea farmers, and he was also the president of the a farmers cooperative bank. So the basically the peasantry and the workers decided that they will form a cooperative, and they will venture into production. So the unwritten rule set by the big monopolies is that all the broadleaf factories, etc., you can do primary processing, and we will get the made tea. But you don't get into blending, branding, packaging, marketing, which we will do, which bourgeoisie will do, the big bourgeoisie will do. But this cooperative, they were real fighters. They decided that they will venture into that. So the Sahia cooperative, the significance of this cooperative is that they went into blending, packaging, marketing, and they are directly involved in a struggle with monopoly capital now. So the Tatas, the Hindustan Unilever, all leading corporates are trying to strangulate them. Even sometimes, yeah, 3 minutes, right? Yeah. So they do all kind of dirty tricks to stop them. But when I spoke to the peasants and workers who are part of this, they said that this is a life and death struggle for us. We have two options. Either you have to organize yourselves, you have to generate organic individuals from the producing classes, thanks to Gramsci. You have to generate, in fact, this cooperative is doing that. They are generating managerial experts, they are generating technical experts from the working class and peasantry. So for me, the strategic significance of this kind of experiment is that Kerala has a rich tradition of radical cooperatives linked to class struggle. Because in I always identify there are two trends. Historically, there are two trends in cooperatives. One reformist, and the second one is the tradition comes from Marxism-Leninism, which locates cooperatives in the larger game plan to change world. To change class relations and to build a workers and peasant state. But the cooperatives in Kerala performed brilliantly in the first stage of the agrarian reforms as primary credit cooperatives. The farmers who were tenants who were liberated from the feudalism were given credit support, etc. And there were also some experiments like Dinesh BD, Coffee House, etc., etc. But now Kerala is having a huge network of cooperative banks, and left and democratic forces are having good clout on most of these banks. So now the trend in Kerala, a very significant trend in Kerala, is that most of these banks, cooperative banks, have they have identified that now to survive and to lead class struggle, we have to venture into production and marketing. So this is what my conviction is that if this trend is developing, this will be a major challenge to the agri-business, big business model propagated by the ruling classes. So maybe in the question answer session I can answer you if you have some doubts. this cooperative, is really changing the social relations in the operational area, better wages for workers, more income for peasants, and um, you know, I think that states like Assam, Bengal, Tamil Nadu, etc., which is having more larger number of small tea growers, can learn from this experiment, and there is a major possibility of challenging monopolies. That's it.
Thank you, Nilesh, for sharing with us an emerging story of an alternative. Though, as you said,
Institutional optimism. Like technocratic.
yeah, so many things need to be sort of still known about this kind of experiment, which we would do at the right time. May I now invite Santosh Verma to make his discussant remarks on all the three papers.
Thank you, sir. It's okay. I hope the House will agree with me that all the presentations were very good, and of course.
8 to 10 minutes. Yeah?
No, I will not take. Okay, thank you, Chair, and I hope the House will agree with me to all the presentations were very good and profound in the sense that all the presentations are thought-provoking. Then also, like all the three papers where I connect with all the three papers together is something like you are talking about labor absorption, then decent work, and then how the cooperatives of the laborers and farmers are fighting with the for their existence, basically. Then first I'm Prachi's paper. Like you said that, okay, from yesterday we are discussing that using CACP data or farm level data, that labor is anyway declining in, basically labor use is declining in agricultural activities. You gave example of Punjab, Tamil Nadu, and other eastern states where you said that Punjab is having lesser, the labor use is declining sharply, but West Bengal, Orissa, UP or Bihar is having higher, still a relatively higher use of labor. That's basically the central idea of the paper, what you presented here. Why is it happening? Is that the case that Punjab, of course, we all know from the literature that a lot of mechanization has taken place, and in that sense, in relative sense, if we can talk about that Bihar, Orissa, or Jharkhand, or West Bengal, or even Eastern Uttar Pradesh are not that much of mechanized. Agricultural activities are not mechanized. My question to you or point is that what is the case in the sense of Punjab that they are using lesser labor? Is that the higher mechanization, or is that yesterday I was talking to Nivedita and Gurpreet also. So they were saying that, okay, there is a massive level of reverse tenancy. Basically, the bigger farmers are leasing in the land of smaller farmers, because we know the smaller farmers use more and more either family labor or some part of hired labor. So is that the case that, or is there any data which can show that, okay, there is higher levels of reverse tenancy? Or Professor Sukhpal Singh was talking about group farming or something tenancy. Is that taking, of course, like if it is taking place, then they would be using capital, they would be using more machines, and in that comparison, Bihar, Orissa or other states are using is the case that Bihar, Odisha or Jharkhand having very tiny scale of farming. So there cannot be much use of machines. So they are using labor, mostly labor. Also the case in terms of women, that we have a lot of literature on that, women workforce anyway is declining in agriculture. But if we see the latest labor NSS data, so they are saying that, okay, a small increase in labor force. So what is the what is the explanation for that? Is that the case that women, male members have lost the employment, and now it is on the women to go to the field and work something, work and earn some livelihood from there? So this is the a small discussion for your paper, and then the Neha's paper on decent work. So we know, there are certain indicators of decent work, whether job is contracted, is there any social security, whether low wages are there in agriculture, or if there are wage gaps for, even it can be in males also, it can be male, female, of course there is wage gap. Then what is the workplace harassment situation? Is there something, is that kind of situation is there? And the very important fact is that what the state is doing, what kind of policies are there from the state. As you mentioned about the for informal sector, you have shown the social security 3.4%, 3.7% is. So it's something like, we can say that still there doesn't exist anything of that kind of thing like social security. Then of course, if you talk about women workers, so domestic work or household work or care work, in what way that is affecting the decent work of women? Okay. Now Nidhi's paper, okay, you talked about this plantations. I had one opportunity to have a small survey of coffee plantations in Kodagu, Karnataka. So I was like, there was a consultancy project which I was doing. So the title was Social and Economic Upgrading of the Small Coffee Plant in the small coffee growers, and basically the laborers. Is there any kind of social and economic upgrading? So we also visited this Tata coffee plantations in Kodagu, and there were many farms around where the big corporate houses were their own coffee plants, and they were blending, they were packaging, distributing, everything. So we also visited the the plant where the graded coffee was being packed. So we talked with the laborers, or male laborers or female laborers, of course there was wage gap in the Tata plantations itself, coffee plantations. And some were provided social security, some were not provided social security, and forget about the small coffee growers. Of course, there were attached laborers, there were workers coming from around the local areas. They were picking coffee, drying coffee, and then just supplying to the bigger, basically the plants where coffee was graded and packaged. And when we talked about who is deciding the rate of coffee, so they said that, okay, London market or somewhere else, the coffee rate is being decided from there. And so what I found was that laborers had no control on, even the small growers had no control on after, picking of coffee and selling it to the plant. That is done. Okay, thank you, sir. So in the way you are saying that, okay, there is a cooperative growing and they are fighting with the corporates for their, like, they should exist in the in agricultural activities. That is basically motivational for agricultural workers or agricultural community as a whole. Okay, so this is.
So I think the discussant has very good remarks and raised, I think, at least question each for each of the presenters. Would you like to just respond to him before we open the start the discussion? Maybe in the reverse order we can start. Please. And I would like to add a question there. I still didn't get a hang of, is it a small tea growers cooperative or small tea growers and workers cooperative? Yeah. What is the social composition of this organization? Yeah. Is it going the same way as sugarcane cooperatives or food cooperatives? Yeah. So we're talking a decent one. Yeah, yeah. So, 2 minutes each, not more than that. In fact, I have dedicated book. Yeah. I am involved in, organizing coffee production. So your point about coffee is absolutely correct. Primary producers, heavily exploited by monopoly capital. And in coffee, the role of the speculative capital and finance capital is very intense. So I have written a paper on that. Speculative capital is the finance capital from the perspective of the primary producers. And data has right to yeah, 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 yeah. So regarding Professor Walton's question, so in Kerala, the cooperative movement was heavily influenced by Bolshevik revolution. So in 1990, Bolsheviks, Bolshevik party came with a manual. If you want to be a Communist Party member, part of the training, there was a section on cooperative movement. The Bolshevik party identified the best cadres should be sent to form cooperative. So,
Excuse me, sir, it's not audible.
yeah, so
Hello.
hello, hello. I want to answer a very important question by Professor Sukhbal Singh. My point is that Kerala's producer cooperatives was heavily influenced by the Bolshevik Revolution and the Bolshevik kind of forming cooperatives. So the legendary communist and Kisan Sabha leader, freedom fighter, Comrade A.K. Gopalan, known as AKG, is the father of the radical cooperative movement in Kerala. And if you check into Kerala's, history.
we are asking about this.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Limited time.
Yeah. So,
Is it meant only for
no,
freedom
no,
only or-
absolutely no, absolutely no. Kisans and Mazdoors. Yeah.
Thank you. Neha.
Thank you, Santoshji, for I want to thank the discussant for the suggestions, and the way I have I have worked on this topic, it has brought into picture many new things. I mean, it was an eye-opening study for me also. Many things that we take for granted, and when we start looking at the data, reading the literature, you get to know that how the picture emerges, and you also learn in the process that the truth is actually what data is telling is very different from your own perceptions. There are a few points which he raised, of course there are certain things which are, there are certain gaps which he also indicated. So like care work and its impact on decent work. Yes, I mean, it's like one of the suggestion I'll be carrying it forward. I'm going to include it in my study, because care work is something that increases the women's burden. And as I mentioned during the presentation also, that yes, women are taking a gap because in certain years, because of social and biological factors, they take a gap, they go out of workforce, but women are not even returning after a certain point. So if that could be combined with care work and how it is bringing, you know, if it is giving you a new perspective, a new picture, of course I would like to include it in my study. Thanks.
Is bad. So for example, when BT cotton was introduced, bad for labor absorption I mean. So when BT cotton was introduced, in all the states where BT cotton was introduced, there was a hike in labor absorption. So it depends on the crop, it depends on the change that is happening. So for Punjab also, what you saw in here was for paddy, that there's labor absorption has declined. But if you look at the years when BT cotton came into Punjab, you'll see a rise in labor absorption during those years. That's one. The other point about what you said about land is absolutely correct. That's the underlying reason, that they have this underlying agrarian relations that are there, in which the eastern states have very highly fragmented land structures compared to, say, Haryana and Punjab, where specifically Punjab, where you have large land holdings and even the process of reverse tenancy going on. So there, of course, the penetration of mechanization is different. But suppose I were to give you another example, which is not about the machinery, but say weedicides or herbicides. So in my field surveys, I noticed that herbicides have started coming in, and they have replaced the weeding labor. So that also starts to happen as these new technologies are introduced, and they can have an impact differently. As regards to cropping pattern, so certainly cropping pattern influences labor absorption, but what we have seen here is labor absorption per hectare of land. So I've only looked at per crop. From these data sets, I cannot look at, for a particular farm, what has happened to the total labor use in terms of if the farmer was growing both paddy and wheat in one season, paddy in another season, what is the total labor use? That kind of aggregation is not possible from here. But from my field studies, that I've noticed that the cropping pattern matters. So suppose if you are in a state where you have a lot of green fodder, say in Sonipat, you grow a lot of green fodder, your labor absorption is higher. You grow sugarcane, your labor absorption is higher. So of course that matters. Thank you.
Now we have just 10 minutes left before we run out of time and have a tea break. So 5 minutes for asking questions, and we'll spare 5 minutes for the people to presenters to respond. Yes, please. Only questions, no comments, no observations, and very brief questions.
To Prachi. Rural farm labor. Not on economic activity, but in Indian villages, we also saw huge number of rural, it's not labor per se, but rural population I would say. So yeah, that's the question.
Talking about is crop agriculture, not agriculture sector, not even off farm, which is dairying and this and that. So that is the question.
Very briefly, this data only allows me to capture labor absorption in crop cultivation. In the field studies, I've captured what happens to non-agricultural employment, and that's why I said non-agricultural employment is one of the most important factors influencing labor absorption in agriculture. If you have in any village high-paying non-agricultural employment available, people often tend to lease out lands or go into those.
We'll collect more questions and then at the end get free.
Thank you. My you're talking about the cooperatives. You are working to identify social forms of but when you are working with cooperatives are
My question is also to Nitish sir. So I wanted to know what is the perspective of such a corporate to climate change and the kind of environmental degradation that happens, especially considering that historically the tea plantations in Idiki happened by clearing all the forests and that there's rise and things like landslides because of the impact of tree plantation. So what is the approach to that kind of degradation by the by the cooperatives as opposed to the corporates?
Hello. My question is from Neha ma'am. To what extent women organization helpful to raise the social security concern to these groups?
My question is also to Nidesh sir. Since you mentioned that the cooperative society has essentially been strangulated by the corporates, so what are the legal safeguards available to the cooperative societies in such a scenario?
no, this it's I think Prachi is saying and Pradeep sir is saying that it's because of the non-farm activities, and even your data is explaining the same thing in terms of labor absorption, declining labor absorption even for the small farmers in Punjab, and because of you can say increase in even non-crop economy, uh, uh, especially the livestock sector. And if you see the amount of a percentage of
Thank you. Now, Prachi, you can start responding.
Yeah. So no, I agree with the point absolutely, because what I showed here is only the side of the crop, what's happening in the crop sector. But of course, for that kind of analysis, you want one set of data which has both the sides, crop and non-crop, which I did through my field surveys, and that's exactly what it shows. So just very quick number, Haryana, my data shows only 36 days per acre of work available in the total year for farm. So it's so less, it's ridiculously low. So the main things that the farmers were doing, all small, marginal, large farmers, are into different kinds of work. For the small and marginal farmers, it was precarious work. For the large farmers, it was establishments, businesses, and so, but that's another paper, sorry. Yes, thank you.
Yes, I also. Yes, went together. In the course of my study, I came across a line which says that women can't be free and profitable in scale. And it, in a way, reflects how women can, what are the hindrances that actually keep the women inside the household rather than like coming out and fighting for a cause. So if there are social organizations working, but the purpose is not in
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would just take 30 seconds to conclude. I think if you have observed, we had two somewhat macro papers talking about the context of decent work, and one paper which was more about intervention in the sector. But you need to keep in mind that the intervention was in a sector which was vertically disintegrating, whereas the other sectors of mainstream agriculture in India, we're talking about corporate trying to come and integrate or coordinate with farmers and workers or whatever. So the scenarios are very different. You can't use something which Kerala is doing because it's a plantation agriculture there. We are talking field crop agriculture here. There is a plantation labor act from which corporate are trying to escape. But here we're trying to bring in some of the measures of worker and farmer well-being. So I think that differentiation needs to be kept in mind, that India may look like one agricultural country. It is not one. It is, I say, 15 different countries tied together into one. If you recognize that diversity, you'll be able to find more meaningful solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the speakers for this session. We'll break for tea now. So please come back in 10 minutes and we'll start the next session soon. Thank you.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello, hello,
Hello. Hello.
hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Hello. सब काम ये देखिए हेलो हेलो सारा काम कर रहा है हेलो 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 हेलो
लास्ट में आवाज जाने लग रही है।
हेलो
हेलो हेलो काफी करीब जाके बोलना पड़ेगा अगर जिसमें से आवाज नहीं आ रही इसका मतलब उसमें ज्यादा करीब से बोलना है नहीं हेलो
Hello. Oh, fuck. Hello. 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 Yeah. Hello. Hello, Mike. Hello.
हेलो
Hello.
Hello, 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 hello. हाँ हाँ. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello,
हेलो.
hello, hello,
ठीक तो है हमको लग रहा है.
hello,
हाँ.
hello, hello, hello. Hello.
Hello, 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 hello. हाँ ठीक.
Hello. Hello.
हेलो. हाँ.
Hello.
Sir, if I may. No, sir, please. Yes, sir.
No, I don't want to displace you.
Yes, sir, please.
मैं रोक के गया था इसलिए
Hello. Uh, I just have a small request to everyone that like almost every mic is working, but these are just old mics, so please talk closely to the mic so that we can do the further things.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second session of the day, Labor Rights and Agricultural Value Systems. Our speakers will be Anamitra Roy Chowdhury, Assistant Professor at the Center for Informal Sector and Labor Studies, JNU, Vikram Singh from the All India Agricultural Workers Union, and Anjana Hemant Kumar, PhD scholar at the Center for Informal Sector and Labor Studies at JNU. The discussant for this session will be Gurpreet Singh, Assistant Professor at the Jindal School of Government and Public Policy at the OP Jindal Global University. Our moderator will be Santosh Verma, who is an independent researcher who did his PhD from CESP here at JNU. Before I hand it over, I would just request that during the question and answers, please identify yourself by your name and affiliation so that we all know who's speaking. And over to you, Santosh, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we have this session named Labor Rights and Agricultural Value Systems. Again, a very relevant theme of discussion. May I now invite Anamitra Roy Chowdhury to present his paper. Okay. And please restrict to 15 minutes, sir.
Am I audible? Yes. Okay. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. And the topic of my presentation is an overview of labor rights in agricultural value systems in India. So I've been mandated to speak on and set the context of discussion in this session and provide a review of the state of labor rights in agricultural value systems in India. In order to understand the trends of labor rights in agriculture, it is instructive to look at the prospects of labor outside agriculture, that is non-agriculture. From the last session we heard why it is so. And that is because those who are engaged in agriculture, what are the opportunities which are available outside agriculture matters to them. So if we look at that, in that case we will find out that the situation of labor rights outside agriculture is not so good in light of the changes, sweeping changes that are proposed in industrial labor. To take a quick example is that of hire and fire is being introduced, and it has been made more lenient, where the threshold has been increased from 100 to 300. We use casual labor, it has been also made easier, again increase the threshold from 20 to 50, and inspection system has been diluted severely by introducing inspector cum facilitator rather than inspectors, and random inspection is now out. And finally, there are many, I'm just putting in the some of the main changes. And setting minimum wages, which has been said that it cannot be set below the national floor wage. Now, national floor wage do not have any, there is no formula in order to calculate the national floor wage. Okay, so over time it is possible that in order to get investment, if the minimum wages are not revised, and if competition is on that end, in that case the meaning of minimum wages can go. Anyway, turning to agriculture proper, none of these laws except for minimum wages actually apply. And indeed very few labor regulations apply to the agricultural sector. And to further complicate the matter is that 90% of the farming population are agricultural workers, small and marginal farmers. Now, for the later category, small and marginal farmers, to ensure labor rights has a further complexity, which is this, is that a large amount of activities are carried out by family labor, and there is, there is self-exploitation there. So, in that context, to ensure labor rights, the matter becomes much more complicated. So, what I am going to do now is to basically focus on labor rights of agricultural workers and small on small and marginal farmers, dividing it into two sections. Section 1 deals with crops which are produced and consumed within the country, which is basically domestic value systems and global value systems. So first, the domestic value systems. Now, the amount of value generated and appropriated in agricultural value systems crucially depend on the underlying power structure. In particular, the power relations between cultivators and non-cultivators, which determine the distribution of value generated. It is here that the resource endowment of farmers plays a crucial role, for it dictates the specific backward and forward linkages applicable to in the agricultural value system, generating different earnings for the same crop. So, for example, if you do not own land and land is leased in, then a large part of value you cannot retain because it goes on rent. Similarly, if you are not getting credit from the formal sector in that and borrowing in usurious rates in the informal sector, in that case also interest outgo is high. Similarly, for forward linkage, what happens is that if you do not have storage capacity, therefore you are selling it immediately after harvest, and therefore value generated is also less. And similarly for remunerative prices. So so I am going to focus now on remunerative prices only. So the 18-19 data shows that for paddy, at least 32% of agricultural households sold output below market price. For wheat, it is 31%. The data also suggests that for paddy, the proportion of farmers receiving less than NSP secularly rises with the decline in landholding. So there is a relation between that your power position or your factor endowment and ability to capture value. Because if you are selling less than minimum support price, in that case you are capturing less value, and that is correlated with the amount of land that you have or assets that you have. Here the scope of improvement is possible because the coverage of NSP or 18-19 data shows is at most maximum 15% of households sold paddy to APMC and government agencies. For wheat, it is at most 10%. It's in this context that we have to understand the opposition to the Farmers Produce and Trade and Commerce Act, one of the farm laws which now stands repealed, because that sought to liberalize the sale and purchase of crops outside APMC or the mandis and threatened the continuation of MSP. So by allowing big private players to buy food grains directly from farmers, it would have eventually exposed them to monopolistic exploitation. This is no idle speculation, because undermining mandis has been done in Bihar, for example, in 2006 by the repealing of the APMC Act. And data for average public procurement between 2012-13 to 16-17 shows that paddy procurement in Bihar was only 17%, whereas in Punjab it was 78%. What's the implication? In 2013 data, it shows that in case of paddy, because procurement is less, 96% of the farmers in Bihar received in less than NSP, whereas in case of Punjab, it is only 26%. Let us now look at storage, which is a part on forward linkage. Here what happens is the small and marginal farmers do not have capacity to hold on to the produce and have to sell immediately after harvest, whereas large and medium farmers have better prospects in, when the demand can store, and therefore when demand picks up can get better prices and capture higher value. And it is in this context we have to understand the amendment to the Essential Commodities Act, another farm law, which is again removed, because then what it tried to do is to remove the ceiling of what the private traders can, the limit at which the private traders can store. Therefore, what this would have happened is that this would lead to that transfer of value from the cultivators to non-cultivators, namely private traders, because they would be able to then capture more value by storing more and selling when the demand goes up. Two things come up then, therefore, is that at least two ways how the labor rights can be protected is through improving the coverage of MSP, and second, for the small and marginal farmers to persuade them to store. That's more difficult. Now let us come to the second part of the presentation. which is that can the plight of small and marginal farmers be improved through integration in global value systems? One of the ways through which this can be done is contract farming. In particular, what are the possibilities of economic and social upgrade? Now the macro evidence says that the smile curve, which is basically that who captures the value, the producer captures the value, or if those who are sitting in the backward and forward linkages, they capture more value, has become more pronounced in 2000 compared to 1970s. Nonetheless, individual case studies show that there is mixed results due to integration in global agricultural value systems, and these are context specific. Therefore, we should guard against drawing sweeping conclusions. Now, the main motivation to join global value chain is the incentive of high prices and access to advanced production techniques. On the downside, it is well known price volatility which increases, and the players in the backward and forward linkage are now international corporates, and therefore monopolistic and monopolistic power now becomes stronger. Decision-making power no longer remains with the farmers, and small and marginal farmers particularly find it difficult to penetrate the value chain due to high initial investment for meeting phytosanitary standards, rejection of produce due to quality, problem of certification, indebtedness due to purchased input. Question arises, can we identify some conditions that contribute to economic and social upgrade? These are only indicative and in no way exhaustive. With economic upgrading, so first, with economic upgrading, it is possible to move, to capture more value if it is the case that the competitors do not follow suit. In other words, there is less competition. When the product is less perishable, bargaining power of small and marginal farmers are more vis-a-vis buyers, as they can wait without incurring storage costs, therefore capture more value. Mechanization is not too high, otherwise if mechanization leads to reaping of economies of scale, small and marginal farmers are at clear disadvantage. In order to counter monopsony power of buyers, collective action of farmers with supportive state policy is necessary. The state also has to help in improving quality of financing agricultural R&D, large-scale investment in storage and subsidized inputs, improving the bargaining power of the workers. However, it should be clear that economic upgrading does not necessarily translate to social upgrading, as simple as growth need not lead to development. In terms of higher real wages, high employment and workers' rights, because it depends on the nature of economic upgrading, capital intensive vis-a-vis labor intensive, and the initial relative surplus population, the size of that. It should be obvious from the foregoing discussion that promoting labor rights in global value system is more difficult and complex than doing in domestic setting. I shall stop at that and take questions.
Thank you, sir, for presenting your paper. Now I request you, Vikram Singh, to present his. Vikram Singh, Sir, please, आप लोगों ने माइक हटाइए, टेलीफोन मोबाइल हटा लीजिए
इसके पास से, और make sure that all mics are off when the presenter is making the presentation.
You can start. I will start by sending thanks that you have first identified agriculture workers as a part of a rural workforce which contribute to agriculture. I'm not presenting any paper here. I was supposed to share my experience of the field. So I'm starting with the small incident which will explain the state of affairs in the rural area. I think on this 17th March of 2023, I was in
district of Maharashtra, Jalna district. In that district, one call came from a field that in Kartur Taluka, Asha Ramesh Solanki, named agriculture woman, is working, they call it two-stored workers, means the workers who are working in sugar fields, cutting the sugar canes. She was pregnant, she was forced to work because it was a peak harvesting season, and if we are studying rural India and agriculture, we know that agriculture workers are forced to work for longer hours. They don't have any choice to work because these are the only times when work is available from the field. So they find it opportunity to work, earn and save for the lean periods of the year. So she was working, she experienced labor pain, and she was forced to deliver her child on that particular field. Now there are various laws, maternity benefit law, various, but how these agriculture worker, particularly women, will procure that, whether those laws are for these agriculture workers or not, A, B. And I think we are very much aware about this trend in particular Marathwada, Maharashtra, Karnataka, where agriculture workers are forced to remove their uterus just to save the loss of timing during this menstruation cycle, menstruation period, and if pregnancy happens. This is the state of affairs of agriculture workers in which they are working in rural India. They are contributing immensely, but they are never being given due importance. I'm not basically asking for any pity or any kind of mercy. They are agriculture workers, and we are talking here about their rights. And when it comes to rights, the first right is to have at least minimum wages, and the second, as he was telling, the conducive environment, favorable environment at the workplace. He actually said that there are some laws, for example, minimum wage. It also applies to agriculture workers because it applies to unorganized sector. They are also unorganized sector. But what are the machinery to implement it? Who will implement it? I'm just sharing one example. In Telangana, there is a district called Mulugu. It's a new district. We were forced to have a struggle in this 2023 only, because within that district only there were huge variations in the wages, minimum wages of agriculture workers in different talukas within one district. And of course, it varies according to the season. Harvesting season will be having high, sowing season will be having high wages, that we know. But no question of implementation of so-called notified minimum floor wages, which are normally notified after a certain period, but they never implemented. I'm coming back to the basic topic. So there is a long pending demand that he was talking about the labor laws which are not being implemented in India or being diluted. But for agriculture workers, there are no laws. After 75 years of independence, we are still struggling for a demand to have a comprehensive central legislature for agriculture workers. Now we include rural labor also. There were various efforts in our parliament for this central legislature. In 1951, 1956, 57, 1963, 65, 1974, 75, various committees were set for to give recommendation for this law. Finally, in I think 1977, there is tripartite labor conference, and in 1978 a special conference on labor recommended that there should be a machinery to deal with the various aspects of the agricultural labor. In September 1978, a central committee on rural organized labor was also established with two very important terms of reference. The first was to bring this central legislature on agriculture workers, and the second to create a conducive environment so that organizations of agriculture workers should be evolved, they should be strengthened. It was mandate of that committee. Accordingly, two subcommittees were formed. They gave their recommendations for central legislature and to have more organizations of agriculture workers, but nothing happened. After that, this National Commission of Rural Labour, you must have read that. It also came in 1987. That also recommended for a central legislature for agriculture workers. In between in 1980, our Ministry for Labour promised in the Parliament that they will be bringing a central legislature for agriculture workers. Accordingly, Standing Committee prepared a draft also. I was just reading that the Harkishan Singh Sujir was part of that Standing Committee. They prepared a draft, but after that, it was never introduced in the Parliament. It was for the first time in 1980, I think, according to that draft, a private bill was introduced in the Parliament by Harkishan Singh Sujir, the then Rajya Sabha member of Parliament. In 1991, Ministry of Labour and Employment also proposed a bill, but that was also not introduced. There is a long history, I don't want to go in that. At the same time, private bill was also introduced in 1980, in 2001, 2010, 2016, 2018, and lately 2022 in Lok Sabha as well as in Rajya Sabha. But all these laws, all these efforts, I'm not talking about the movements of agriculture workers and rural labour. We are not talking about that. But these government machinery, recommendations of the committees, standing committee, failed to sensitize our parliament to bring the central legislature to ensure minimum wages, to have a secure working conditions, at least to recommend minimum hours, prescribed hours for working, and all these social welfare benefits, including retirement, after retirement security. So these were efforts, but which failed. And in the present conditions, agriculture workers are forced to work for longer hours. There is no question of, in fact, it is very difficult to have movements on this question of minimum wages these days, because we were studying from the yesterday. I missed all the sessions. I don't know if it was discussed or not, that the number of agriculture workers has increased, and they surpass the cultivators now. And the work available on farm, the labor, manual work, has decreased drastically. And there is no question to have movements on that. Let me take a precaution. I am saying that work is reduced, a number of workers has increased, there is very less chances to have struggles. But I never said that there should not be no struggle. There is no contradiction in that. It is very much pertinent to have minimum wages for agriculture workers, because if you go to Bihar, UP, as I said earlier, there are huge variations according to the various seasons of cultivation between the states, within the states, and even within the districts also, because there is no implementing agency. A. B. They are working for longer hours in the daytime. There is no time during harvesting season, sowing season, they have to work from early morning to the late evenings, and the wage will be the same, almost the same. When we are talking about the rights, I don't know you will allow me or not to enter into this terrain. The one right which was won by the workers, rural workers, agriculture workers, to help their livelihood was the MNREGA. It was a right. MNREGA Act passed by the Parliament, which ensures, which promise 100 days of work, which is also not basically sufficient 100 days work, not for the individuals but for the families, which will help their economy. But what is the situation now? This Act, the Employment Act, is reduced into a simple social welfare scheme, where you are not forced, the government is not forcing our implementing machinery to give work on demand. This nature was demand-based universal law, which will ensure 100 days work for all. But we are giving only 60,000 crore rupees, whereas your GNU and intellectuals tell us that at least 2.5 lakh crores are required if we want to give work to at least the existing job card holders. And they have come with a proposal, they reduce the number of job card holders. Because if job card won't be there, we can't have this kind of comparison. I consider they are saying that there are many inactive job cards. I am saying that it is my right. I am an employment. It is my right to have a job card. I am not working now, but after 1 year, it is my right to work. If my conditions will force me, I will work. It is like that you are deleting a name from the voter list. If my name is not in the voter list, I can't vote. It is my will now. So that right to work is, government is taking away that right to work. I am not going into the other details of MNRAG. A whole section can be there for that. How they are changing their character, how they are now using machinery to replace all social audit system and involvement of panchayats, involvement of people. Now they are using drone even for monitoring, and they are saying that burden of financial burden will be on the states. That of course that will again harm this MNRAG. So this is the other aspect how they are doing. When I was listening to the earlier speaker, very rightly he was saying that there are marginal farmers and small farmers who are having very small land holdings, and almost 80 to 86% are these small farmers who are having some small land holding, but they are doing labor at on their own field, and they are also selling their labor on other people's field. This is very important to understand. This question of minimum wage is not only for agriculture workers, but for all these families who are selling their labor on other fields. If we are dealing with this question of minimum wage, we are also helping agriculture labor and the small marginal farmers. And what is the way? He just mentioned, if we are getting MSP, Nitish must be happy. And if they are getting MSP, this MSP include minimum wage, family wage and hired wage. And if we are asserting that by calculating C2 plus 50%, that minimum wage, at least minimum respectable wage is calculated, then we are helping marginal farmers, these poor farmers, as well as agricultural laborers, and that is very important. A, B, we have to think about to have this collecting farming also. This small land holding is not viable. To have collecting farming, workers, peasants, this cooperatives, surplus sharing, we have to see about this. I'm just concluding. We are talking about the productivity, to increase productivity, we are self-sufficient, but how to go forward using technology, more yield with this genetically modified seeds and all that. But is it possible to have all this without modernizing, without skilling up our rural labor? We have to modernize our rural proliferate. We have to modernize our agriculture workers. Without modernizing them, educating them, we can't perform in our agriculture. And finally, if we are talking about rights, so the basic right, fundamental right is the have a respectable life in rural India, and that also implies to the rural agriculture workers. And for that, I'm not touching today. The question of land is unresolved question. We can't think. We can't go beyond without resolving this question of land. Question of housing, social welfare schemes, and as I earlier told, after old age, we call it retirement in organized sector, but there is no retirement for rural labor agriculture workers. Without dealing all these things, I think this discussion on rights, labor rights, is incomplete. Thank you.
Thanks, Comrade Vikram. And now I request Anjana to present her paper. Please stick to 15 minutes.
Uh, Good afternoon, dear professors, friends and comrades. Today I am presenting a paper which is a case study of my larger PhD work. It's titled At the Juncture of Nature, Labour and Capital, the case of Aralam Cashew Farms in Kannur, Kerala. So I'm not getting into this because for 1.5 days we've been discussing the GVS framework only, and this study also follows the same thing. Now if you want to discuss the GVS of cashew at large, cashew as a plant came to India in the 16th century with the Portuguese expeditions, and then it was used only to curb soil erosion. It became a plantation with the coming of British, where across Asia, Africa and Latin America, it developed as a plantation. Now in 1970s, if we look, a large part of Africa, especially Mozambique, was one of the largest producers, processors and also traders of cashew, and not just raw cashew, of processed cashew kernel. With the recurrent wars and with the falling financial stability, in 1987 they were forced to enter into a structural adjustment policy, and with the same policy in 1990 completely liberalizes the cashew sector. It restricts the country into only producing the raw cashew, not anymore processing. They shut down masses of factories, and which eventually they created a system, how we understand this global value system to be, of restricting African countries to only produce raw cashew nuts, outsourcing the processing to India, and the salting or the value addition happens in the West, and especially in today's deeply demand for the vegan foods, it feeds the hungry Western world in that sense. Now, the particular case of Kerala, Kerala historically has been a very important center for processing, production as well as trade of cashew. And K.N. Harilal divides the producers of cashew in Kerala to individual smallholders, plantations and cultivation on protected forest land. Now the majority of cashew cultivation in the state is still run dominantly under the influence of upper caste families who inherited the farms for generations, and the locals call them as cashew kings. And from its inception, while a large section of feudal people had control over the production, the people who worked were historically people belonging to lower caste, and particularly women. Even today, 95% of the people employed in this sector as an economy, not just in production or processing, are women, and especially from lower caste. Now, while we look at the exploitation faced by the cashew workers, this avenue has also been place for extremely large radical political movements, which they fought for getting minimum wages, bonus acts. They banned the clandestine household processing which happens in Kerala, and even amounting to issues which were not directly connected to their immediate livelihood issues. And what this brought about was a tightening of the labor laws, and eventually the cost of labor also increased. What this resulted for the capital was they picked up and fled the state, shifting to Karnataka, shifting to Tamil Nadu, and government in 1970s then took up these abandoned factories, started cooperatives, and today around 40 factories function in Kerala under the state. Now the particular case of Aralam farms, this is a region near in the district of Kannur. It spans around 12,500 acres of forest land, which were initially under the control of landlords. They were incidentally the ancestral houses of Paniyars and Kurachiyar tribal groups. Now, in 1948, the 5,000 acre land adjacent to the farm was declared as forest. The period 1950 to 60 saw large-scale non-tribal migration from various parts of the different parts of Kerala to this region for employment opportunities. And under the Kerala Private Forest Act of 1971, the forest lands bordering Kannur district in Kerala were taken over by the central government. So this farm initially was a central government farm. And now, in 1990s, with the crisis of the farm being unprofitable, and it was also the same time when hundreds of tribal workers died from famine, and large-scale protests happened across Kerala by tribal groups, and the state government, as a result of the protests, bought these lands for 42 crores from the center. And this resettlement project was aided by TRDM and TSP funds. Now if you see, in this image you can see the settlement is the one in red, the farm is the one in orange, and the green areas are the forests. So you can see this is shot in May 2023, and you can see the name of the farm has still not changed. It's still the old central farm. 3,094 around landless tribal families were taken as pattiga, which means that 1 acre of land was given to people. So out of the 7,000 acres, 3,500 acre was given as land to tribal groups, and the rest of the 3,500 was maintained as farm where cashew, rubber, cocoa and all were grown. Now, the main questions this study was trying to understand was what are the situation of the residue farmers today, the agricultural workers today, and how is it connected to the global system. Now, the study, again, as I've said already, is part of my PhD thesis. So, it's a primary study and it involves random sampling of agricultural workers, security officers, staff members, representatives of trade unions, local and big cashew vendors, contractors were all interviewed for the study. It follows semi-structured interviews, time-use surveys, focus group discussions and observations. Now, the visit was carried out in May 2023 and during the time the agricultural workers were going through a 43-day strike organized by CITU, INTUC and AITUC. Now, there are two major demands which they were bringing forth. One was protection from wild animals. Now, even when we were traveling to the farm, we can see large scale of trees destroyed, cut in half, and they haven't been able to collect the yield this year at all. And since the settlement is 21 kilometers only from the forest, that they haven't been fenced also. And this results in them not even being able to grow livestock. And one interesting observation which I was able to find from the time use we did was that the women, because of the attack from animals, they're not able to store any food, which means that they're having to cook multiple times a day, adding to their unpaid labor, apart from the agricultural work they are doing. And again, the animal attacks have intensified over the last 10 years. These are accounts from some of the workers who got attacked, who have seen attacks happen. And the second demand is for the wages. The wages haven't been released for the last 7 months. Now the wages here are from the profit which comes from the farm. And the farmers are running under laws since recently in competition with cheap imported raw cashews which are coming from Africa. And at Aralam a tender is sought for the sale of cashews. And one thing which needs to be noted is that the price of the cashew in Kerala is still very much under the influence of the local cashew kings who have built a vibrant network, not just in Kerala, but also in countries abroad, be it Africa, Mozambique areas, Ghana, Indonesia. They've built contractors there, they have contractors here, and they independently go there to test these cashews, to bring the private investment here, bypassing all other channels of state, bypassing channels of these producers who are trying to achieve any sort of independence of production. And you can again see that this big contractor is saying that from my great-grandfather we have been having this, we are in the job and it's a legacy. And then again, one small contractor, he basically takes from Aralam and he sells to Kannur town. And from there it travels the world. So he is saying that the average rate of 1 kilo of cashew is 150 rupees. Now when I visited, the rate they were getting, and that was peak season. April, May, June are peak season. Then they were receiving 116 rupees. After the first summer rain, the nut turns a little black. It has a discoloration. And it does no difference to the quality, it does no difference to the nutrition of the plant, but it's not aesthetically pleasing for the West. The demand for it reduces, and then the price fell more than half. It's 80 rupees after the first rain. And several times the state government had tried to regulate, but what we can see is that the market is jumping, the production is jumping the state. The capital finds its way through to both through the old existing cashew kings and through the connections they've built. And again, the weight of the cashew diminishes if you are storing it for more than 2 days. So the sale happens within 2 days. There is no storage capacity in any farm, any independent smallholder. No one there has a storage capacity. It's sold immediately. And then again, during COVID, some very important interventions were done by the government to procure this Aralam cashews directly to the cooperatives in Kollam. And that worked out for them for a while. And then again, see, in the farms, there are 8 blocks, out of which 6 blocks produce cashew, and on the 8th one is the nursery where they've started grafting saplings. And this has existed since the inception of the farm, but it has been renovated recently and made a better version of. Then again, this is just the process which they go through, which month-wise how the production is happening. But again, an important point. Out of the 350 workers who are employed here, 187 of them are still in casual labor. The rest are only regular. And even though a lot of them qualify, they haven't been receiving the regularization of work which they deserve. And again, the regular worker receives 450 rupees a day plus 50 rupees of TA, whereas the regular workers, they get 25,000 rupees. And they get pension, but they are not availing any medical facilities which are only restricted to the staff. And again, they get the journess allowance and all, and their work time is from 8 AM to up until 5 PM. Now 70% of the regular workers here are living in the resettlement area. The rest 30% of regular workers are old-time workers of when the when the farm was under the central government. The major tribal groups here are Paniyas, Kulmalas, Karimbalas, Mavilan, Kurchiyas, and a small minority are also Christians. These the spouses of these workers also do random work around the farm. And in fact, when asked for tools of labor of the farm they are doing, other than knife and sickle and shovel and all, a few of them in fact said crackers and air guns. And these were to scare off the elephants and monkeys which were attacking. And yes, so already we discussed how the regulation of price of cashew is sort of being done by the local cashew kings with support from global capital. Now, this doesn't just make the situation worse for them, this also incentivizes the farmers to produce raw cashew in the first place, which is the segmentation they are trying to build around the world, where the process is so segmented that the people are so alienated to the process of labor. And then again, in fact, the value addition is so prominent right now that there is wasabi flavored cashew nuts available in Japan today. And again, the West completely determined the size, color, nature of the cashew nut. And in fact, they, at the same time, they are both underskilled and incapable of producing the same, as Professor Utsa Patnaik has long theorized. And this results them to resort to undisguised looting, enslavement, and murder, which we are seeing today. And there is also a history to this land expropriation. Now, the lands belonging to Kurmar, Kurchiyar, and Mayar, which is the lands from in Aralam and beyond, were mainly dependent on agriculture for their, these tribes were mainly dependent on agriculture for their livelihood. And they got attacked by the local kings. They took over these tribal lands and put Nayar community in charge of it. They split the land into different parts and granted Janmis the right to collect the tax. Now, in addition to this, lands were divided into Devasam for Jamana land, and the Nayar section also started leasing these lands out. And we also see at the same time the tribal groups which had originally occupied these lands were either pushed to the forest or they were taken as slaves to work on the same farms. And further we can see a large-scale migration. So the land in Travancore costed around 150 to around 150 rupees, but the lands in Malabar costed 5 to 6 rupees. So a large-scale migration of Christians and Eravas happened also, where they took lands from the Nayars in bulk. And the last nail on the coffin was the British expeditions of scientific forestry of certain large-scale plantations, their forest laws, which snatched away the access to forest also for the tribal groups. And like Professor Prasad theorizes, that the settlement of agricultural people in forests is not a process of adjustment, but in fact a process of exploitation and marginalization. And we identify this expropriation not just as a alienation from their means of production, but also from the relations of production which they are born to in the forest. They are dependent on the forest for their labor and livelihood. And this again requires us to not just study the expropriation from lived land, but also understand the manner in which these groups are assimilated into the larger political economy. Since the visit, the government has started an elephant wall where they are trying to bridge the settlement and the forest to address the issue of wild elephants. Another task force have been constituted with state actors, forest officers and skilled experts to prevent wild elephant encroachment into the settlement. Finally, to conclude, we see a history of upper caste Hindus, British and today finance capital exploiting upon one of the most marginalized groups we see in this country. And the fight of them, cashew again, remains a rich person's food and a poor man's crop. And what what the intervention, what Aralam tries to do, even though it's very minimal, and even though it's required but minimal, we can see that the tribal community over generations are still competing for a decent life, and for them justice is a long way ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Ranjana, for your insightful presentation. And now I request Gurpreet to make his observations on the presentations. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. So, very insightful presentations. The two things which are coming out of all three presentations are the determination of wage when we are
proposing the minimum wage, and the criteria is to set the minimum wage taking the base as a minimum floor. So when we are saying the taking the base as a minimum floor, as we know the neoclassical economics, the minimum wage, the minimum wage, when we are saying based on the floor wages, so floor is set by basically by the demand and supply interactions in the economy and demand and supply of the employment. So it can go anywhere, and there is no downward floor we can imagine. So the first of all, the intervention of the imagination of setting the minimum wage is very problematic. And the second is we are proposing about the implementation of social security schemes, effective implementation of social security schemes for workers across the value chains, not only in production, but production has backward and forward linkages. Since morning we are discussing about this. So not only in the production process, but after production and before production. So all kind of workers, those who are involved in the entire vertical of global value chains, the social security needs to be ensured. And in this matter, I can think of imagining mobilization of workers is one way forward, and second is the political solution, right? And in all the presentations, these two common themes I can find, and particularly in the first presentation by Dr. Anumitra, the two things are coming out very clearly. First is about the farmers' minimum support price, successful implementation of minimum support price and ensuring that, and the farmers' income. But on the other hand, I would also we should also ensure that the minimum support price for all other crops which are being produced in various parts of the country, given the diversity of farming in India, as well as not for the crops only, also for other sort of products which are very important in our farming system, such as milk production and beekeeping, other forest collection, etc., etc. So that is should also be regulated, but not on the agenda of multinationals or you can say finance capital. So when we are saying the regulation of products, it can go on reverse direction as well. So for example, the regulation of milk prices, there was a huge crisis 3-4 years from now. So it actually the entire idea of milk product regulation was jeopardized. So we have to think about how the policies can play a big role in deciding the regulation of markets for not only for crop but also for non-cropping products. And second is about the contract farming as a solution to the increasing remunerative prices for the farmers. So in morning also, when we were hearing about coffee cooperatives, the successful story of coffee cooperative. So we should also enhance our understanding how the cooperatives can play a big role, and we should propose maybe larger picture of enhancing the coverage of cooperatives for not only for these two crops which are important, wheat and paddy, but across all the products, farming products. And then coming to the cashew production in Kerala and the sugar cane, the quality of work in sugar cane fields, which shows again we are coming to the conclusion that these workers across any fields, any crop, across states, they have similar kind of situation and they are facing the working conditions are deteriorating. So we should have a common minimum program for these workers across, not only in the agriculture sector, but there is, when we talk about the global value system, they are across different varieties of production system, in from production to storage, in packaging. So various sort of different categories are there. So yeah. So this is from my side. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Gurpreet. And now the floor is open. If you have questions, please introduce yourself and also mention to whom you are asking. Okay, yeah.
Am I audible? Yeah. So, I'm Rishabh Rishit, first year master student at CISLS, right? My question is to Vikram sir. Sir, you were talking about inadequate central legislation for agricultural laborers, right? But sir, what's your take on states having enough administrative capacity to ensure that compliances are made at the farmland? Thank you.
In fact, I missed that portion when I was discussing this part. Is that inadequate? It is not inadequate. There is no legislation. First. B, yes, states can do that. But states are working on the same framework. Apart from the few states, I think, as I know, in 1974, Kerala enacted an Act for Agriculture Workers. And they are having welfare board, welfare fund, and they are having a scheme of pensions, health benefits and all that. Apart from that, I think Tamil Nadu is having a welfare fund for agriculture workers, and some sort of arrangement was there in Tripura. Apart from these three states, there is no legislature, welfare board, welfare fund, or any welfare measures for the agriculture workers from the state government.
Okay, anyone else? Yes.
I'm Ruchika from Center for Informal Labor. My question is to Vikram sir. Sir, you mentioned that the various efforts taken by the state have over the years failed to yield any positive result for augmenting the condition of the agricultural labor. However, what is the role of the civil society in the same?
I'm saying that there are no efforts in labor. There was no law. Not single law enacted by state on the sector. Uh, at the second step, this political empowerment is
else?
If you have any observations or questions to any
Yes. A question to Vikram.
please ask all three of them.
Okay, okay, okay.
Don't concentrate on Vikram.
Okay, so first my question is like, you said that there is no support for agricultural workers or laborers, but this like a scheme like Kalia in Odisha, how is it helping to agricultural workers? Is it the way forward? Because like, if we study the agricultural budgets, now we find like around 75 to 78% is just going as cash transfers, direct cash transfers or individual transfers. So is that the way or something else to be work? As you said that number of agricultural workers have already surpassed. Now the second question to you, sir, like you talked about this labor rights. Like from yesterday we are like discussing agricultural workers, labor rights, peasants, whether peasantry will the assault of corporatization, finance capital, and there is like it is advertised that okay, if you are working for 18 hours, then there's something is good is will happen. So what do you think about, like, in what way where is the like connect with academia or political class to convey the message that okay, there should be legal right or right for this laborers, and in what way academia is able to like convey the message to the political class, because I am finding out that the bargaining power itself of academia is declining in the present system or political system. In what way you will address to it? Okay, thank you. Okay. Anjana, a very good presentation. I have seen her like from her BA days, like when she was doing BA in social sciences in TIS Hyderabad. So a very good presentation and congratulations, Anjana. My question to you is like, as I discussed, like cashew is also like somewhat commercialized crop. So there is like problem of social and economic upgrading. So though I don't like the word upgrading in the way which is being used these days. So how would you see, like is there any movement from below in the plantations, basically, whether coffee, tea, or cashew or rubber? So how is it going ahead, and how is it going to like politically mobilized? Thank you. Okay.
Can you listen? Okay. Well, connect with academia basically is that, as I see it, is that academia can produce evidence. What you do with that evidence, you can simply, throw it out. I mean, that also depends upon the democratic environment of the country. If that is, you produce evidence, nobody looks at it, or, simply ignores it. So I think academia can produce evidence how it percolates to people, and even if they raise voice, does it work or something? I mean, we can sit here and discuss about the 3 farm laws, how they are bad and so on and so forth. People actually, 600 farmers actually died with a struggle of more than 1 year. Then there was this, the other political economic question of, there were assembly elections coming up and so on and so forth. So that is how it worked. Academia alone can only produce evidence. The second also is important here is that although it is true that it can produce evidence, it is also true, particularly related to labor rights, is that there was one index which is called the ease of doing business index, which was calculated by the World Bank. Now they have and India was actually celebrating it is that I think its ranking came down from 131 to 64 within a span of I think 4-5 years, and if you actually rank higher, it is good, supposed to be good. Turned out that World Bank itself has now withdrawn that. I mean, it is saying that we do not stand by this report because the data is cooked. Okay, so I mean, so academia is also nothing which is very impartial, because there are vested interest of the academia. You do not get projects if you do not say certain, I'm not saying that there is no independent objective way of looking at it. I will not go to that extent, but there is vested interest. So I would stop.
I'm not commenting on the earlier. इतनी कमजोर आवाज But the condition of agriculture workers in Odisha, as we know, is very worse. And regarding this all money transfer schemes, they are not going to the agriculture workers. They are going to the farmers. Agriculture workers, as I said, that they don't have land, they don't have any resources, and the government data, they are not even registered. Government don't know, apart from the census, they don't know who are the agriculture workers and rural labor, and there is no question to benefit them from this money transfer scheme. So all this is going for what is required? Required is, with the science and technology, if you are improving your agriculture, the dividend should go also to the agricultural laborers. How to help them? The minimum wage, it should be increased. If you are creating surplus, the surplus sharing, the basic thing, na? How to do? That is a political question. That can be debated, discussed. But the question is that dividend, the benefit should go to the agriculture workers. Normally, we ask simple question: who will compensate for the loss of these working days when a female agriculture worker become pregnant during this harvesting season? She will lose some 10 days. She is forced to come on work as early as possible, but still for a week she will be forced to keep away from the agricultural land, farm. Who is going to compensate that? That is a basic question. Government has to step up. Government has to do that. So I think this comprehensive understanding of the agriculture worker, their role, and how these benefits of surplus should reach them. And as I said, then land becomes very important question for that. It has to be resolved.
Am I audible? I feel with respect to with respect to movements in the cashew economy, or even when we're looking at the history, in fact, hello? Yeah. So with respect to when we're talking about struggle in the cashew economy or the movements which have come up, historically itself looking, the people mobilized under the trade unions in the cashew sector have not just fought for their own use, for their own immediate use. They have fought against the Diwan of Travancore. In fact, for the Bonus Act which happened, initially the fight was that the Diwan of Travancore said that if I give you Bonus Act, then you will have to take back the fight against me. And they agreed, and the next day they restarted the thing. They got it successful, which is the Punnapra Vailar massacre, which we all know famously about. And secondly, like these are, in fact, I have not discussed at all about the processing part of my research, because this is on the agrarian question. But in fact, in the processing, if you look, a large section of the people employed are invisible, which are women who are in the household processing, who are not accessible in records, who are not visible in data. And they are the most marginalized sections in the terms of their employment is under a contractor. The contractor is the worker, and the 10, 20 women are employed under. So the working class consciousness then becomes that, like a small incident I feel I could share. Like in the in the field, in the factory, when there are different sections of peeling, shelling, and all. And only in shelling, the majority are Dalits. In fact, all of them are Dalit women. And when that was the only section when I was going for questionnaire, I asked, what is your caste? They were the only people who answered back saying, aren't we all the same caste? Why are you asking this question? So the most marginalized are the most conscious also of their class, are the most vigorous also in their responses. And same way, this is again a small story again. They were fighting for bonus in the factory I visited. And again, when you're entering the factory also, you will know the working class consciousness, because the entire wall of the factory is pasted with posters of different organizations calling for protest. And one lady was sharing with me that the day the bonus thing they got in the particular factory, she was so happy that she was able to buy food. Again, she left the factory at 6, 7 p.m. She gets on the scooter, goes to the market. At the market only she realizes it's not her husband who's in the scooter. She was so excited that she got onto the wrong scooter and she had to be dropped back. So I think we have been discussing since the starting of this thing that we need a radical restructuring of systems, but the core question is that struggle is uncompromisable in the situation we are in.
Thanks, Anjana, and thanks to all the speakers for their presentations here, and this ends this session, and also the discussion. Okay.
Thank you to all the speakers for their insightful interventions today. So we'll break for lunch now. We'll break for 50 minutes. So we'll start the next session at 2:15 on the dot. So please try to come back in a couple of minutes before that. There is, please sit down, there's an announcement. There is an evaluation feedback form that's being circulated. Please fill it in and hand it to either Kesia or Himanshu. They're standing there from the registration team, they're raising their hands. By the end of the day, great if you can do it over lunch. So yes, see you at 2:15. Thank you.
question, I would like to invite Professor Raveen Jha on the stage for some announcement.
Two decades, such as the Model APMC Act of 2003, the Model APLM Act 2017, and the Model Contract Farming Act of 2018. The author examines the legality of MSP and questions the 2020 Farms Act from the oft neglected perspective of the small farmer. The book also observes a shift away from regulation toward the facilitation and promotion of markets, especially private markets.
This book was published last year. It's called Farming and Working Under Contract, Peasants and Workers in Global Agricultural Value Systems. See, some 20 odd years ago, we have formed an association called Agrarian South Network, and we do many things. One of the things is that we have been publishing books almost every year for the last 6-7 years or so. And this is a collection of contributions which were first published in, most of these were first published in the special issue of our journal, which is Agrarian South Journal of Political Economy. The very important sort of aspect of the book is that it covers all the 3 continents which constitute the Global South: Latin America, Africa, and Asia. So we have case studies from everywhere. So if you can thanks.
Contract farming has expanded and deepened its reach under neoliberalism. Alongside the large-scale acquisitions underway via purchase or lease agreements, contract farming in high-value agriculture chains has been touted by international governmental and non-governmental organizations as a solution for peasants and rural communities in terms of access to the markets, input, credit, technology, income, and employment. Yet, global agriculture value systems remain monopolistic and contribute to function on the basis of structural asymmetries between multinational corporations and smallholder farmers, as well as the workforce mobilized among family members and farm workers. Decision-making powers over land use and the production process are typically ceded into MNCs, even if indirectly, while social and environmental costs are borne by peasant and workers themselves. Positive experiences for peasants and workers have been noted in research, especially when cooperatives, trade unions, or state interventions shift the relation of forces. But such experiences with global value systems are not generalizable, nor are they sufficient for the social and economic transformation required today in Global South. This book brings together the studies by researchers associated with Agrarian South Network to examine the different types of contract farming arrangements in Africa, Asia and Latin America. The studies access the dynamics of contract farming, the various crops, markets and farmers, and point to the need for an urgent change of direction in thinking about the global agrarian question.
Thank you, and let's go to the last one. So okay, you can just also announce this.
And the editor of this book is Parveen Jha, is a professor of economics and Center for Economic Studies and Planning and adjunct professor at CISLS School of Social Sciences, JNU, New Delhi. Perry Soros is professor of international economics and coordinator of postgraduate program in world political economy at Federal University of ABC, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Walter Sambati is executive director of Sam Mayo African Institute of Agrarian Studies, Harare, Zimbabwe. Freedom Mazvi is researcher at Sam Mayo African Institute for Agrarian Studies, Harare, Zimbabwe.
This book, since today we are discussing issues pertaining to labor rights, with a focus on agriculture, but in general, what's happening to, you can't understand agriculture without engaging with non-agriculture also. You can't understand India without engaging with the rest of the world and so on. We have been talking about these issues. So this book is Labor Questions in the Global South, which we did in 21. It was published in 21. Yeah. So is there something about this book that you can also share? Okay. There's nothing more here. All right. Okay. So it would be, of considerable interest for many of you to engage with all these three books, right? For the last two, anyone who's interested in browsing through these books, you may send a request to Dr. Manish Kumar. He, like me, does not believe in the benefits and the profits of the academic sharks, which means what? You basically distribute knowledge freely, right? So he can share with you, if you are really interested, the soft copies of the book. Okay? So with that, let me hand over to Archana, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and I think we need to begin with the session because we already lost some time. We have three speakers, and since Gagandeep ji has to leave to catch her train, I think I'll call upon her to first share her experiences. Then we'll have Dr. Chitti Babu, and last, Comrade Vikram Singh. Please, Gagandeep. All speakers would have about 15 minutes, and then the discussant about 10 minutes. We can have some questions if there are time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. शायद खाने के बाद सभी लोग जो हैं सुस्ती की ओर चले जाते हैं, तो हम लोग थोड़ा सा पंजाब के बारे में मैं रखना चाहूँगी, क्योंकि हम लोग सुबह से बात कर रहे हैं कि लेबर लॉस जो एग्रीकल्चर वर्कर्स के लिए हैं, चाहे हम लोग उस पे बात करें, मिनिमम वेज पे बात कर रहे हैं या पेमेंट ऑफ वेजेस पे या कुछ भी बात कर रहे हैं, तो उसका मैं थोड़ा सा पीछे में जाना चाहूँगी। एक्चुअली में पंजाब में लेबरर्स के हालात कैसे हैं, उस पर भी थोड़ा सा 2 मिनट चर्चा करना चाहूँगी। पंजाब जो है एक खेती प्रधान देश है, ये हम लोग सभी जानते हैं कि इसका जो गेहूं है, चावल है, वो अदर स्टेट्स में भी जाता है, अदरवाइज़ ये कंट्री से बाहर भी, फॉरेन में भी एक्सपोर्ट होता है। लेकिन यहाँ का जो लेबरर है उसके हालात जो हैं उनको मैं 2 कैटेगरीज में डिवाइड करती हूँ। एक तो जो कास्टिज़म है वहाँ पर, कि जो कास्टिज़म कैसा है, और दूसरा जो मेन और वीमेन के वेजेस में क्या अंतर है। तो हम लोग पहले कास्टिज़म पे बात करते हैं। 80 to 90% लेबरर्स जो हैं वो शेड्यूल्ड कास्ट कम्युनिटी से आती हैं, जिसको हम लोग दलित भी बोलते हैं, दलित कम्युनिटी से आते हैं। भले हमारा जो मिनिमम वेज कानून है वो 1948 में बना हो, लेकिन आज भी पंजाब में एक सिंगल वर्कर को भी मिनिमम वेज रिसीव नहीं होता इन एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर, क्योंकि वहाँ पर अगर आप मिनिमम वेज की बात करोगे तो दूसरा लेबरर उस पर कम में काम करने के लिए रेडी हो जाएगा। गांव में कहीं पे भी आपको मिनिमम वेज नहीं मिलेगा। इसका एक बड़ा कारण ये भी है कि जो पंजाबी लेबर अगर कोई डिमांड करती हैं तो ये लोग यहाँ से बसेस भेज के, अगर हमने कोविड में भी देखा है, बड़ा हाईलाइट मामला हुआ कि जब धान लगानी थी तो लोगों ने, किसानों ने उनको धान का पूरा मूल्य नहीं दिया। यहाँ तक कि माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स को लेने के लिए यूपी से एसी बसेस भेजी गई, उनको यहाँ पर ला करके काम पर, धान लगाने के काम पर दिया गया और उनको बहुत वेजेस कम दिए गए। यहाँ तक कि लास्ट में सीज़न कर जिसने पैसे मांगे भी, कईयों को तो मार पिटाई करके वापस भगा दिया गया। तो ये वहाँ का माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स जो हैं वहाँ पर छत्तीसगढ़, यूपी, बिहार और जो राजस्थान के वर्कर्स हैं वो स्पेशली ब्रिक पे काम करने के लिए आते हैं। तो ये 3 राज्य ऐसे हैं जो वहाँ पर कुछ एग्रीकल्चर का काम करने के लिए भी आते हैं। तो वहाँ पर जो लेबरर्स के मिनिमम वेज है वहाँ पे बहुत कम लोगों को मिलता है। और दूसरा जो मिनिमम वेजेस, लेस देन मिनिमम वेजेस है, वो बॉन्डेड लेबर की डेफिनेशन में आता है कि अगर आपको मिनिमम वेजेस नहीं मिल रहा है तो आप बॉन्डेड लेबरर्स हो। बॉन्डेड लेबरर्स में भी 2 टाइप का कैटेगरीज हैं। एक जो पुरुष जो हैं वो क्या है कि वो एडवांस लेकर के साल का, मान लीजिए उसने 1 लाख रुपया अपने एम्प्लॉयर से ले लिया कि आप वो वहाँ पर 1 साल के लिए काम करेगा, भले उसका ओरल एग्रीमेंट, रिटर्न एग्रीमेंट जो भी हुआ, उससे वो 14 से 16 घंटे काम करवाते हैं। क्योंकि रात को अगर पानी की बारी है, आपका 2 बजे पानी लगना है, तो उस बॉन्डेड लेबरर्स को 1 बजे या 1:30 बजे उठना पड़ेगा ताकि वो पानी लगा सके। और दिन में भी उसको कोई आराम नहीं है, वो पूरा उसका भैंस का काम भी वही करेगा, उसका दूध निकालने का काम भी वही करेगा। उसकी जो फीमेल है वो उसके वहाँ पे गोबर उठाने का काम फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट में करने के लिए मजबूर है। उसकी जो औरत है उसकी कहीं भी रिकॉग्नाइजेशन नहीं है कि वो भी लेबरर है और उसको कोई वेजेस नहीं मिलता। तो इससे और भयानक स्थिति क्या हो सकती है कि एक तरफ तो किसान जथेबंद हुए कि उनको अपना एमएसपी चाहिए, और दूसरी तरफ उन्हीं लोगों ने आकर के मज़दूरों को इतना एक्सप्लॉइट किया। अभी कल का परसों का एक न्यूज़ है कि मानसा में एक लेबरर ने जाकर के शमशान घाट में अपने आप को फांसी लगा लिया। क्यों लगाया? क्योंकि उसको गांव में कहीं काम नहीं मिल रहा था। उसने मनरेगा में काम मांगा तो मनरेगा के जो अधिकारी थे उन्होंने उसको इतना डांटा और उस आदमी को लगा कि आज बच्चे मेरे भूखे सोएंगे, उससे अच्छा उसने मर जाना समझा। क्या एक मज़दूर की ज़िंदगी यही है कि वो मर जाए? अगर आपने पिछले 4-5 साल में देखा होगा तो सुसाइड रेट जो है वो पंजाब में सबसे ज़्यादा है, भले वो एग्रीकल्चर लेबरर का है या एम्प्लॉयर का है। एम्प्लॉयर का क्यों है? क्योंकि पंजाब में जो खेती है वो मशीनरी से होने लग गई, बड़ी से बड़ी मशीनरी आ गई, और जो लेबर है इसी वजह से उनको काम नहीं मिलता। और जो मशीनरी परचेज़ कर रहे हैं वो इसलिए सुसाइड कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उन्होंने बड़े हाई रेट पे जो मशीनरी है, जो छोटा किसान था उसने भी बड़े रेट पे, हाई रेट पे वो मशीनरी को परचेज़ किया, बैंक से लोन लेकर परचेज़ किया। लेकिन जब आपकी खेती उतनी नहीं है तो छोटे किसान के पास उतनी जगह नहीं है, तो छोटे किसान जो थे वो बैंक का लोन जो है वो नहीं चुका पाने की वजह से उन्होंने सुसाइड किया। अगर आप हमारे मालवा की बेल्ट में जाओ, मानसा बठिंडा जो है, उसमें आप देखोगे वहाँ पर मज़दूर जो हैं वो सबसे ज़्यादा सुसाइड करते हैं। किसान जो हैं वो सबसे ज़्यादा सुसाइड इसीलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास उतना पैसा नहीं है। और अगर मैं औरतों की बात करूं तो जो औरतें गांव में रहती हैं, जो दलित औरतें हैं, उनके सर पे छोटे छोटे कर्जे हैं। किसी के सर पे 20,000, किसी के 50, किसी के लाख, किसी पे 2 लाख। वो सारी ज़िंदगी उन्हीं एम्प्लॉयर्स के वहाँ पर गोबर उठाने का काम करती हैं और वहीं पे मर खप जाती हैं। उनकी वेजेस क्या है? 1 गिलास दूध या फिर आपको 250 से लेके 500 तक आपको वेज मिलेगी एक घर से। अगर वो 2 घर में काम कर रही है तो इसका मतलब यह है कि उसका 8 घंटे की वेज 1000 रुपया महीने का है। तो हम लोग कहाँ मिनिमम वेज की बात कर रहे हैं कि पंजाब में मिनिमम वेज एक्ट जो है वो एग्जिस्ट करता है। और अगर हम लोग कोविड के दौरान में जाएं तो कोविड में लोगों के पास खाने के लिए कुछ नहीं था। यहाँ तक कि जिन्होंने कभी खेतों का काम नहीं किया था, जो कभी बॉन्डेज में नहीं गए थे, अपनी और अपने बच्चों की पेट की भूख मिटाने के लिए उन्होंने अपने जो गांव के ज़मींदार हैं उनके वहाँ पर जा कर के स्लेवरी को एक्सेप्ट किया और छोटे छोटे लोन लेकर के वो लोग आज भी वहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। आप पंजाब के किसी भी गांव में चले जाएं, किसी भी गांव में जाएं, आपको 15 से 20 मज़दूर ऐसे मिलेंगे जिनके सर पे डेट है और जो ख़त्म नहीं हो रहा। अभी मैं आंदोलन की बारी में बात करूं तो आंदोलन जो है दलित दास्ता विरोधी आंदोलन के बैनर के नीचे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं और बंधुआ मजदूरों को मुक्त करवाने के साथ साथ में जो वहाँ पे कास्टिज़म है उस पर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। तो आंदोलन जो है, एक गरीब आदमी कितना टाइम तक आंदोलन कर पाएगा जिसके पास खाने के लिए कुछ नहीं है, जिसको ये नहीं पता कि उसका शाम का खाना बनेगा या नहीं बनेगा। तो ऐसे लोगों के साथ आंदोलन जो है वो बहुत मुश्किल रहते हैं क्योंकि उनके पास आंदोलन में बैठने के लिए, और दूसरा ये है कि अगर मैं अपने आंदोलन की बात करूं तो बस एक मुझे छोड़ के हमारी जो टीम है वो सभी एक्स बॉन्डेड लेबरर्स की टीम जो है वो काम करती है। वो खुद इतने सक्षम हुए कि वो कुछ लॉ को समझे और अब वो बॉन्डेड लेबरर्स को रिलीज़ करवाने का काम कर रहे हैं। तो आंदोलन कई बार मैं एक आंदोलन में एक और बात बताना चाहूँगी। अभी हमने एक तरन तारण में गांव है कोहाड़ का, वहाँ पर 1 साल हमारा आंदोलन चला विलेज कॉमन लैंड को लेकर के। 1 साल तक उस जगह की 7 बार बोली हुई, 7 बार पुलिस डंडा लेकर के वहाँ पर चढ़ा, लेकिन बोली को नहीं होने नहीं दिया या रद्द करवा दिया। एक दिन ऐसा आया कि जो किसान थे उन्होंने उस आंदोलन को आग की भेंट कर दिया। उसमें हमने एससी कमीशन में भी लिखा, लोकल जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन थे उसके बारे में भी लिखा। आज तक उस केस को हम जो है एससी कमीशन ने नोटिस करके अभी तक हमें जवाब नहीं दिया कि उसमें किसी की गिरफ्तारी हुई या नहीं हुई, कोई पर्चा दर्ज हुआ या नहीं हुआ, उसके बारे में कोई भी खबर नहीं है। और दूसरी तरफ अगर हम लोग देखें तो पंजाब में एक एक्ट है जिसको हम लोग पंजाब विलेज कॉमन एक्ट बोलते हैं, 1961 से है कि वहाँ पे कॉमन लैंड पे आपको 33% एससी को जो है वो रिजर्वेशन है लेने के लिए। अगर आप सच में देखें वहाँ पे तो लोगों के पास कल्टीवेबल लैंड 33% नहीं है। वहाँ पे क्या है कि जैसे मान लीजिए मैं किसान हूँ, मेरे पास 4 मज़दूर हैं जो मेरे साथ में काम करते हैं, तो मैंने उनके नाम पे डमी बोली ले लिया। उस किसान का, मज़दूर का ना बीज लगेगा, ना पानी लगेगा, ना उसके पास ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली है, उस पर खेती जो है वो वही ज़मींदार करता है। सिर्फ नाम जो डमी बोलियाँ हैं वो भी पंजाब में भरपूर हो रही हैं। इसीलिए पंजाब का जो मज़दूर है वो बॉन्डेड लेबर या पोटेंशियल बॉन्डेड लेबर की कगार पे खड़ा है। और अगर हम लोग देखें तो हमारे यहाँ पे जो अगर हम लोग पंजाब काफ़ी इंटरनेशनल और दूसरे राज्य के बॉर्डर के साथ में लगता है, अगर आप बॉर्डर के साथ वाला एरिया देखें वहाँ पर एक नया पैसा का डेवलपमेंट नहीं है। वहाँ पे मज़दूरों के पास खाने के लिए कुछ नहीं है। मज़दूर, बहुत सारे मज़दूर ऐसे हैं जो अपने गांव से शहर में भी चलकर मज़दूरी नहीं कर पाते क्योंकि उनके पास आने जाने के लिए पैसा नहीं है या डिस्टेंस ज़्यादा है। तो ये जो कुछ चैलेंजेस हैं मज़दूरों के लिए। और जो आंदोलनकारी भी हैं, मैं एक और आपके साथ वाक़या शेयर करना चाहूँगी। 2007 में एक आंदोलन चला, ज़मीन दो या जेल दो, कि अगर आपके पास ज़मीन नहीं है हमें देने के लिए तो आप हमें जेल में डाल दें। उस आंदोलन को हमने सरहंद से शुरू किया। जब हम लोग संगरूर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है वहाँ पर एंटर हुए तो एक वहाँ पर गांव है कोड़ेनाब, वहाँ पर हमारे 88 लोग थे जिनको एक नज़रबंद कर लिया एक स्कूल में कि आप आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते। तो लोगों ने पूछा अगर हमारा ये काम गलत है कि हम लोग अपने लोगों को अवेयर करने के लिए जा रहे हैं तो आप हमें जेल में डालें। उन्होंने बोला नहीं, दूसरी साइड में किसान खड़े हैं, किसान जो है वो बड़े गुस्से में हैं और किसान जो है वो हंगामा करेंगे आपको, तो इसलिए आपको यहीं से वापस जाना पड़ेगा। तो हम लोग भी वहाँ पर डटे रहे कि अगर आपको डालना है तो हमें जेल में डाल दीजिए, अदरवाइज़ इस आंदोलन को आगे चलने दिए। आखिर पुलिस ने वही किया कि हमारे जो 88 लोग थे उनको उठा करके जेल में पटक दिया कि ये लोग भूमि की मांग कर रहे हैं। तो क्या एक मजदूर को अपने हक की भूमि, अपने रहने के लिए भूमि मांगना भी इतना नागवारा हो गया सरकार को कि आपने लोगों को उठा करके जेल में डाल दिया। फिर 18 दिन उन लोगों को जेल में रखने के बाद फिर वो बोलने लगे कि आप जमानत लो, जमानत लो। अब एक मजदूर क्या जमानत लाएगा? जिसके पास घर नहीं है, जिसके कुछ रिश्तेदार के पास जगह नहीं है, वो कहाँ से जमानत लाएगा? तो फिर उनको जो है जज ने उनके ओन्ड बॉन्ड पे उनको छोड़ा और ये केस काफ़ी लंबा चला और उसके बाद जो किसान हैं वो वहाँ पर मिन्नतें करके माफ़ी मांग कर वो जो वापस आ गए। तो ये जो चैलेंजेस हैं आंदोलन को चलाने के लिए, ये भी बहुत सारे रहते हैं। और अगर मैं डिस्क्रिमिनेशन की बात करूँ तो पंजाब में डिस्क्रिमिनेशन जो है वो एक बड़े कगार पे खड़ा है। अगर हम लोग एमएसपी की बात कर रहे हैं तो पहले उनसे ये भी मांगना करना चाहिए कि हमें जो एक्ट्स हैं उनको इम्प्लीमेंट जो है वो पूरा करें। 1948 से बना हुआ एक्ट है, उसमें एक प्रोविज़न है कि हर 5 साल के बाद एक आपको समीक्षा करनी रहती है कि एक इंसान को कितना न्यूट्रिशन फूड चाहिए, कितना कपड़ा चाहिए, कितना रहने के लिए जगह चाहिए। 2012 के बाद अभी तक पंजाब में वो नहीं हुआ। अभी रिसेंटली हमारी पंजाब गवर्नमेंट ने परसों ही अनाउंस किया है कि जो मज़दूर है वो 8 घंटे की बजाय 12 घंटे काम करेगा। तो ये इंडिया का पहला स्टेट है जहाँ पर जिसके मुख्यमंत्री ने ये अनाउंसमेंट कर दिया है कि मज़दूर जो है वो 12 घंटे काम करेगा। तो अगर ऐसी सिचुएशन में हम लोगों को काम वेजेस आपको वही मिलेंगी। हम भी काम करने के लिए तैयार है, लेकिन आप अपने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और अपने सभी अधिकारियों को बोले कि वो भी 12 घंटे बैठे, तो हम लोग भी 12 घंटे काम करेंगे और उनकी जो पेमेंट है उसमें भी कोई बढ़ोतरी नहीं किया जाए। अगर हम लोग मिनिमम वेज देखें तो मात्र 8 से 9 रुपये 6 महीने बाद सरकार की महंगाई से बढ़ती है। जी बस मैं समाप्ति करूँ। तो क्या अगर हम लोग देखें, अगर हम लोग सुबह बात हो रही थी मिल्क प्रोडक्ट की, अगर हम लोग दूध की बात करें तो क्या 6 महीने में सिर्फ 4 रुपये या 5 रुपये ही दूध का दाम पड़ता है? तो ऐसी जो चैलेंजेस हैं वो बहुत सारी आती हैं और मैम का इशारा भी हो रहा है कि मेरा टाइम ओवर हो चुका है। थैंक यू सो मच।
So, since this is the one working, should I ask for questions? So Gagandeep ji has to leave. So if there are one or two clarificatory questions you can ask, just one or two pointed sharp questions. Larger discussion will take place after all the presentations. अगर किसी के पास एक या दो पॉइंटेड सवाल हैं तो पूछ सकते हैं, उससे ज़्यादा डिस्कशन हम अभी नहीं ले सकते। इज एनीबडी?
जोर से आना मित्रा, प्लीज यूज द माइक। नो
काम
Okay, Chandan, very quickly.
मैम इस तरीके का इंसिडेंट पेंडेमिक के पहले भी हुआ था जहाँ पे कुछ स्टेट्स में इस तरीके के स्टेप्स लिए थे कि इसको शायद स्प्रेड आवर्स बोलते हैं लाइक 10 आवर या 9 आवर को स्प्रेड आवर्स में लंच इंक्लूडेड है तो उन लोगों ने 12 घंटे बढ़ाए थे आई होप इस पे भी वैसा कुछ हो और
ठीक है, धन्यवाद गगन। Thank you, Gagan Gupta, for coming all the way and sharing your experience with us. Now, please. Please sit down here. Let's resume the session. Acha. Okay, I think we'll resume the session with Dr. Kadi Chitti Babu. Please, Kadi, 15 minutes. Yes. Yeah, I just called you to start.
So at the outset, I would like to thank Professor Praveen Jha sir for giving this opportunity. My topic for the today's talk is that people struggle for equitable society, and in this I am just taking 3 case studies. One is the farmers movements, second one is trade union workers movements, and third one is migrant labor movement. They are basically migrants, but largely first time they have revolted against this government, and this is what the 3 case studies that I have just want to present here. I want to start with this basic concept of the movements from the very ancient past. The Titus Lucretius Carus, who was a renowned celebrated Roman poet, wrote in his the philosophical work on the nature of universe, quote unquote, life is one long struggle in the dark. So the struggle will continue as long as our dream to build a just and egalitarian society is not realized. Our future will be conditioned in a large measure by our own dream and the courage with which we remain steadfast on the path of struggle against overwhelming odds to make it come true. Another important, the author Frederick Douglass, the American abolitionist lecturer, author and slave, pointed to an eternal truth when he wrote, if there is no struggle, there is no truth. In capitalism, institutional mechanisms like parliamentary system of governance, trade union rights, and right to franchise held out some hope of the emergence of a truly human society. With the advancement of time and internationalization of system, capitalism has manifested itself as a society without future. Capitalism's failure to create a true democracy and a human world order has produced disastrous results. People's dreams of a social order rooted in the principles of equality, freedom and fraternity have been broken into pieces. Global capitalism in league with a national and the local capital has full control over all the instruments of democracy, namely state bureaucracy, police, military, judiciary, political parties and democratic institutions. All political parties and their leaders in most of the democratic republics have turned against the people's movements. They have used all the instruments of state power for furthering interest of capitalists both covertly and overtly. In that process, they have destroyed the natural resources, sources of livelihood, education, health, social harmony, and social ethos and cultures mindlessly. Under these circumstances, majority of the people of the world are forced to oppose uninterrupted and unregulated march of global capital and its allies. One witness of this phenomenon is people's struggle and movements raising every day all over the world. There are two people I have taken from India because of the time constraint. One is the civil rights activists and the renowned advocate Sri K. Balagopal ji, and who defined about the Indian struggles, quote unquote, the plain and stark fact is that while all struggles have been effective in curbing some injustices, none has succeeded in forcing the government to take back a single major policy in any sphere, and none has been able to reverse the trends inherent in the structures of society and economy. And another important sociologist, K. Raghavendra Rao, who proposed the party model for parliamentary strategy, he points to the need for more compact guerrilla type structures to carry on the actual struggle on ground. And he goes on to say, these units will not use the direct violence, but the kind of power generated by militant non-violence. He was very much Gandhian, that is why he used this theory. So I just wanted to come to this concept of the three case studies. One is that the farmers have created a hope in the Indian movements because they were the only people who were succeeding in last 10 years by put down in this government their arrogance, everything. They have just bent down in front of the farmers because the agriculture is not merely an occupation but a way of life for teeming millions in India. The population dependent on agriculture, allied activity is substantial in number, and such a institution they want to destroy. Because yesterday I was listening to the Sukhpal Singh's lecture. One revealing thing is that Gandhi wanted to eliminate Jamindari system from the country through his resolution of the Karachi Congress, and he moved a resolution that Jamindari system should be eliminated, and there should be a kind of, the power should be in the hands of the peasants and all other working class people. He was dreaming about the power should be in the large masses, not in the few elites. But what was happened was that democracy is a form of government by the people, for the people, and of the people. Democracy as an institution is capable of making policy for its own people welfare. Democracy has to be complemented with the people's movement oriented firmly towards human progress and social cohesion. There has been a pronounced expansion of democracy seen as enfranchisement for Dalits, empowerment of the oppressed caste, and the assertion of women, and deepening of the popular commitments for the ideas and potentialities of democracy. Democracy means the republic. Republic means power should be in the hands of the people. The politicians will be yielding power from the public for the welfare of the public, not to deprive them on any front. But what they have done for few people, they have brought these farm laws. They want to reverse the land systems in the country and take back to the feudal system of the Jamindari system by creating large land banks in the country. So in that process, they have used the institution of democracy to bring these farm laws in the Lok Sabha on 17 September 2020. they brought the bill approved, and within 3 days, on the same month, Rajya Sabha, 20 September, they approved this bill. Within 7 days of that week, in 27th September, this got the president assent. This is the institution. I don't think so the President of India has read this bill. Earlier they used to write the letters to the President of India. There are some correspondences all used to happen. But by not reading that bill, he simply blindly signed the this bill. So, and you see that one example I would like to take, that this is the bill that they have implemented. So farm laws were passed, even repealed without any debate, and they have repealed without any debate the same day, morning Lok Sabha, evening Rajya Sabha, and within some 4 or 5 days it was passed by this the President of India. And one thing that one of the leading union, Rakesh Tikayat Saab, is the Kisans, the Bharatiya Kisan Union, who warned the government that if you run 5 years, this government by not repealing this laws, he said that we will run the movement for 5 years. He warned the government, we will sit here, we will die here. And he declared 750 people died. There is no, that any extent they have declared that. This is the determination, they won the movement. And second important, the passing of the new labor codes of is clear indication of the failure of trade union movement in India, because that is also the same way. While this while they introduced this farm laws bill, simultaneously they introduced also new labor codes. On 22nd September, they have introduced this the new labor codes of the 29, they comprised 4 codes. They have introduced in Lok Sabha. 26th September of the same month, they have introduced in Rajya Sabha. No discussion, nothing. 28th September, President signed the bill. So, President, what he has signed, you know, in that bill, 411 clauses, 13 schedules comprising 350 days. At least he should read, na? President should read the bill, what is there. If somebody asks, what did you sign? But Bina reading the bill, he has simply signed. It is a death sign for Indian trade union movement. You can't run a trade union with legally mandated what was there in the constitution. So such a the violation of this bill. And last one is that these are the labor codes that they have passed. Last one is that COVID. First time migrants protested, movements on migrants started movements. Basically they came for livelihood. They want to work. Bina work, there won't be any food. Okay, they are the breadwinners. They were on roads during Corona time. Government did not take care of anything. And as a symbol of protest, they started walking on the railway tracks because police everywhere beating them. And one case study I have just taken, Vinay Dubey, you see the sections, how many sections was imposed on him. In Bombay, that Bandra area, just because of one Facebook post that he circulated on the train facility is being started from the train, you see that it is happened in 2020, and he was put in jail for 1 year from the date of the from 1 month with these sections. They don't bother about the human life. Lakhs of people are on the road, they don't bother about. You see that section 117, 153A, 118, 116, he might not have understand these sections also. Over, madam, over. I scared of you, madam. And there are Surat. In Surat, these 100 migrants came out of dwellings, and they also, laborers complained that they are not even food, and government is not bothered, they are hungry and all that, but there is no any mercy. And Rajasthan, the people from other states of UP, Bihar, on walking on the railway tracks, and we have all seen that how people were died on the railway track uh, by not able to reach to their homes. And there are the movements from Andhra, Srikakulam. It's a very backward districts of the one of the Indian this one, and these people started migrating 800 kilometers and without any food, hope, all that. So these are the movements. Government was very blind on this, no mercy at all. And thank you so much, sir. Praveen sir was enlightened me, because I have just within last 1 week it has given me opportunity to study all these things. And thank you so much, sir. Thank you, madam, for giving this opportunity.
Okay, Comrade Vikram Singh, we are waiting to listen to you now.
This is a difficult session for me. Long stories are there, na? So I will be trying to complete within 10 to 12 minutes so that we can have discussion. I think that will be more important. People were asking during the last session and in informal discussions also that what is answer? These are the problems. We want to this. How that will happen? I think this session is answer to that. People's movement and people's resistance will force the governments, as Comrade Kalichiti said, that in this democracy, this bourgeois democracy is not people's democracy. And in democracy, if we want to implement our policies, it has to be through people's struggles and people's resistance. And this session is answer to all the questions which were discussed in the last session. And for that matter, last 4 or 5 years are very important years in Indian democracy. There were talks already among academia, my various friends who are working in universities, they were coming with the theories. Now the times of people's movement is over. And especially with this fascistic Modi government, whose main agenda is to divide people and implement neoliberal policies with a greater pace, accelerated pace. There is no time. And I'm talking this thing in JNU. You people has experienced it, how the people's movements were dealt with. But then came peasant movement and gave answers to many, many theoretical questions which we were in. The peasant movement, a lot of has been talked, discussed, written about that movement. I'm not going into the details, but that was a movement which was not only against the Indian government. That was a movement which was against the neo-economic policies, which were going to implement the so-called next level of reforms in Indian agriculture. These three farm laws, when they were repealed, basically they closed doors for many other reforms which were supposed to happen. And what are the outcomes? I'm not going into the details how it happened, the valiant struggle which happened in for last 1 year on the doors of Delhi. But what are the outcomes? The outcome is that the pace of this reform has halted for some time. We were talking, these people like you and us was telling that how this corporate is interfering in the government. They are controlling, almost controlling the governments. But it was a peasant movement who popularized this slogan, Adani Ambani ki Sarkar. And in every nook and corner, people were talking about the political aspect of this movement. It is not a small thing, it's a very big thing. And the other thing, how this movement brought together workers, peasants, agriculture workers. I will be dealing in the next part that this rural India, especially this peasantry, is not a homogeneous society. Different sections, different classes, but how this movement brought together because they identify the common enemy. The enemy which was implementing these neoliberal policies as well as the communal policies, what we call these days corporate communal this nexus. They identified, they came together and fought vehemently and won this struggle. I don't know if people has analyzed it. One output struggle, the kind of communal harmony we had in this part of India. If you remember, before 2014, this Muzaffar Nagar happened. And who were the people who were in these riots? Peasantry. The same people who led peasant movement. We know that. And what happened in Nu? After that, the same peasantry stood and they said that, oh, we are not going to be indulged in this communal flair. This is also one kind of outcome this people, this peasant movement. Anyhow, agriculture worker was integral part of that movement. Why? There are contradictions among agriculture workers and peasantry because they understood that the implication of these three agri laws will be most severe for agriculture workers. We have already discussed about this MSP. If mandi, this procurement system, the so-called mandis are not there, then there is no question of MSP, and there is no question to have a debate on minimum wage. When farmers are not getting the remunerative prices, there is no question of minimum wage. They understood that. And the Essential Commodity Act, that was direct attack on our PDS, on public distribution system, and of course the all cost management. And contract farming, we are not discussing land today, but it was going to change the whole land equation. The whole land equation in India, when we are fighting against the governments to give the surplus land to the people, when corporates are having this ownership of land, then there was no question. That's why we were the part of this movement. Having said that, we have to understand that, as I said, this rural India, especially peasantry, is not a homogeneous society. From the rich peasantry to agriculture workers are there. And we have to understand, when agriculture workers are fighting for the economic right, they are also fighting against the social oppression. It is very important to understand. As our first speaker told, that most of agriculture workers, a major section are coming from Dalits and tribals. And when they are having struggle for wage, it means they are challenging the caste system in India. That we have to understand. Someone was, I think our discussion was talking about the having minimum flow wage and about the labor supply. What happened about the pandemic? When pandemic was there, most of the migrant workers in the Punjab and Haryana were back to the villages, and we were hoping that the native agriculture worker will be getting higher wages because demand was there for the labor. What happened? These panchayats came with the dictates, and they said that these are the minimum wages for per acre for cultivation, 2,800, 3,000. We were hoping for 3,500, 4,000. If agriculture workers are not going to work on this minimum wages, they won't be having any work, and they won't be allowed to go outside of their village to work. A. B. If any farmer is giving wage more than that, then he will be penalized with 10,000, 15,000, and it came from the panchayats. Elected panchayats it came, and then we registered. And what was this time? This was a time of peasant movement also. You see, one more study which reflects about this, Shamsher is there, I think he works in Pune. He has a very, slave. He's a very important study during that. We are in a common struggle against peasant law. But what happened? During that time, caste atrocities grew up in Haryana. That is very important to understand how its agriculture workers are working in the rural India. Just concluding in 3 minutes. These days, it is normally preached to us that the time for land struggle is over. Now land struggle won't be happening. And we are talking in an era when there is a reversal of land reforms, more concentration of land, more landlessness. I need not to go into the details. But from my experience and what we are witnessing throughout India, the land struggle is the major struggle which is going on in India. When I'm talking to you, in one of the districts of Telangana, I earlier cited, in Mulugu district, more than 4,000 people have occupied that government land and built their huts, and they are trying to cultivate in that land. These kind of struggles are going on. our first speaker told about this government common lands, village common lands. And according to that, village common lands can't be even used by the government, state governments. And we know who are mostly who are occupying that land. But what we are witnessing throughout India, the poor agriculture workers who are landless, don't have any land ownership of official ownership of land, who are having cultivation who are cultivating these lands due to the earlier movements of 70s, 80s, for example, Panther movement in the Haryana and other parts of India also, due to one misinterpretation of Supreme Court verdict, which was given by Justice Karju. It's very important progressive judgment that came on a case of Patiala, one village of Patiala, where one landlord has occupied the village common land, pond land, and Karju said that he should be evicted and he should pay all the price to take away his property from that. And in that judgment, he has said that this land can't be converted, can't be given to anyone, and this pending court cases can't be a reason. But agriculture workers, Dalits, and scheduled tribes, if they are having given lease on lease by a government order, it can be regularized. What is happening in Maharashtra, in Bihar, in Uttar Pradesh? Our landless workers who are living on this land, they are getting notices from the district administration to evict that land. Huge struggles are going on in Marathwada, in Bihar, in even parts of Uttar Pradesh. It may not be today's topic of today's discussion, but it is very important to understand if we are trying to understand the lives of agriculture workers. Just to conclude, we have to understand the rural India. Earlier, one part agriculture workers were there, the other parts landlords were there. Now there is a diversification in the work profile of agriculture workers. Various kind of work they are doing. We just discussed due to the less number of working days on the farm. And on the other part, the direct landlord is not there. Their nature is also changed. They have become contractors. They have become businessmen, local politicians. But essentially, the whole power system is still controlled by the nexus of these feudal upper caste, dominant caste people and these politicians. And there is a direct confrontation, rural labor, rural proletariat on one side, and the other side, these people. And mind it, the neoliberal economic policies are destroying our social welfare system, social welfare state, and our agriculture worker understanding that the fight is between common people and these policies. Thank you.
Okay, so now I give the floor to the discussant, Gurpreet.
Thank you. So two presentations are on the labor struggle directly, which I'm combining. First is by Gaganpreet Kaur and second is by Vikram Singh. And the third by Dr. Kalijiti Babu is the three case studies, different case studies, which highlighted again the weakening of constitution and the implementation of constitutional value in ensuring the labor rights for our workers. And these three basically cases were, first was the case which is related to three farm laws, and how we already know and discussed how they were being imposed and how in a very hastily manner they repealed also during this course of time. And it shows the immaturity of the legal system and the parliamentary debate which was going which was bypassed during that period. So the second was related to the failure of trade union in resisting the 4 labor codes which were implemented during the again COVID-19 period. And the third is the movement of migrant workers during COVID-19 lockdown period. And if I'm not wrong, in every crisis, we are seeing that there is a clear evidence of increasing benefits of capitalist class. So, every crisis, it creates the more bargaining power for capitalist class, and this COVID-19 crisis was not an exception in that sense. And now coming to the presentation by Gaganpreet Kaur, that itself narrates a story of a state which is economically developed state, and agriculturally it was projected as a success story of green revolution, but we all know how the degradation of resources, how the entire agriculture system is depleting now, right now, and how in that process at the receiving end, agriculture workers not only struggling with the increasing global capital in the system, but also facing lot of challenges from its counterpart, the landowners. So the power asymmetry not only plays a big role, it not travels from the capitalist class to agriculture, the landowning class, but also it is impacting a big way the rights of laboring class within the production system of agriculture at the grassroots level, if we can say. So yeah, so in as the noble initiative of their Dalit Dasta Virodhi Andolan, which is fighting for the rights of agriculture worker in Punjab, they are as I also belong to this state, we hardly find many organizations or NGOs which are working for the rights of agriculture workers, because the prevalence of the landowning class is very powerful there. So in the sense that where we are arguing for the rights of agriculture community, we have to be very careful while devising or discussing about whether the laboring class which is at the receiving end have not left in our discussions. And the last is presentation by Vikram Singh, which is very insightful. And yes, again, he in this presentation he highlighted as a course of crisis, the way forward. Most of the intelligentsia in Indian context are talking about as a way forward contract farming and other sort of legalizing or effective implementation of APMCs across states. But here the one thing is again coming out very clear, that agriculture workers, they participated during the struggle of the repeal of three farm laws. They were very prevalent. The participation of agriculture workers were very much prevalent. But just after that, what happened to the struggle between the agriculture workers and farmers? So at end of the day, the ownership of land, it seems, playing a big role, and there is no way of escaping the land question. Thank you.
So now I think we can take Madam maximum 2 or 3 questions, and then I'll give a chance to the panelists, the 2 panelists, to respond. Are there any questions, please? Everybody's tired. Nobody wants to ask questions on movements. Okay, so then let me ask 1 or 2 questions. So, actually, my question is primarily to Comrade Vikram Singh. The thing is that, as he knows, a lot of agriculture workers are women. Okay. Secondly, the women's movement and its participation in the farm and the agriculture labor struggle has been very, very high. Yeah. But the position of the farm movement and the agricultural labor movement and many attendant movements like that, their position on the women's question is good publicly. But what sort of actions have been taken in order to take up the question of the rights of women in farming and in land? We have a demand, but what actions have been taken for it by the, as a person who's involved with the movement, I'm asking this question so that our students also get to know what are the internal dynamics of the movement have been taken. And for Kadi, I have one small question, which is that do you think that the labor code represents the failure of the trade union movement, or despite the fact that the trade union movement, actually it mobilized big joint trade union movements at this time, the labor codes were passed, actually shows that the Indian government has lost interest in the working people. Yeah, so should the entire blame be put on the trade union movement? I'm not so certain about that. Yeah. Manish.
Actually, the thing that we were discussing during the lunch time regarding some sort of contradiction between working class and the farming community in India. So given the fact that in the current context, 86% of the Indian farmers households or Indian agricultural households are basically marginal and smallholders. They own less than 2 hectares of land. And we had different discussion since morning. Even we had some sort of discussion yesterday, which says very clearly that this set of farmers are actually net worker. They are doing work outside. So do you see any possibility in the popular movements or the democratic left democratic movements that we can combine these two interests, because these are not different interests? The interest of worker is not different from the farmer's interest. So is there any possibility to combine these two?
Is there any other question, or should we just get the panelists to respond? Kali, you can go first.
Yeah, thanks, ma'am, for this question. All popular trade unions, central trade unions, their political affiliations were the setback, that anything, if they want to some kind of creating a kind of solidarity, because they need
First, I will address Comrade Rachna's question. It's very important to understand that it is a critic also, and we admit it, we accepted this critique, that the movement, peasant movement, or say agriculture workers movement, or even workers movement in general, uh, is not able to address the women workers, women agriculture workers, women farmers, the issues. That is true critique, adequately, of course, and not to the required level. That is very valid criticism. But during this peasant movement, the identity of women peasants was established. Earlier, peasant means worker, farmer means male farmer. But this time, when women were leading, they were giving speeches, they were raising slogans, and they were organizing. And there was a whole debate. You might have seen that the whole debate when Supreme Court and our leaders were saying that, oh, women need not to come here. They may go home. It's very hard conditions. How to survive there? But they came with an answer that we are farmers. We are not only women, we are farmers, and we are fighting for our cause. That is very important to understand. That is a kind of giving them their real identity. Of course, there are problems in ownership of agriculture, cultivable land, and the whole spectrum should be addressed by the movement. And for that, I really I have written a piece also, and I really feel that within movements also, this women agriculture workers, women farmers, women workers has to organize and push for their issues, as people are doing, rightly doing. Only sensitivity won't work. That has to be there. The second thing, very important intervention from Manish. See, there is contradiction among farmers and agriculture workers, but we call it non-antagonistic contradiction, which can be resolved. Basically, the contradiction is on the wage question and land. And wage question contradiction we can resolve. And I think for the last two sessions we are discussing, MSP can be a point where there can be kind of agreement or understanding, or that can help to resolve this non-antagonistic contradiction. Is very right. Basically, we have to understand this rural policy. Agriculture workers is a kind of link between industrial workers and farmers. It is not, it's a continuous. You can't say that these are rural farmers, poor farmers, and next year you will say they are agriculture workers. As per data, you are seeing that many of the small farmers are forced to sell their land, and they're becoming agriculture labor. That's why number is also increasing. And as he said, they are working on his own land for some time, and for most of the time they are working on others' land. And can there be a common platform? Yes. On the issue of MNRGA, these farmers, rural, marginal and poor farmers are fighting along with the agriculture workers, because they are working in, under MNRGA. For all these social welfare schemes, for to resist the attack on social welfare state, they are coming together. And yes, I really believe that they can have common platforms, they can fight. And then again, the question of wage become very important for them also. And then MSP, as we discussed, that is very important. Just to conclude, I think when we are talking about the resistance and movement, we also has to talk about the policy alternates. What are the policy alternates? In the last session also, I just gave a signal, and from yesterday you also talking about, of course, all this has to be there, but what will be the alternate of this corporate farming? What will be the alternate to this? Collective corporate farming. And when I say collectives and cooperatives of workers and peasants, small peasants, rural peasants, their collectives, their cooperatives, and we have to work on these alternates also through our movements and struggles. And there are various models. Kudumshiri model is one. Various producer models are there, where surplus can also go to the workers also. Surplus sharing can be there. Thank you.
So, you will agree with me that this has been a very interesting and insightful session. Both the speakers here and Gagandeep ji, they highlighted different facets of the movements and the problems, and I just want to leave you with one thought, that the roots of this peasant movement were not just in the farm laws. I mean, if you remember, from 2013 onwards, the farmers and the workers have been protesting like hell. Yeah? And one iconic protest that really got the imagination of the non-agricultural people was the Long March in Maharashtra in 2017, 18, where the image of Sakubai with a nail through her foot and walking for 200 miles became so iconic that every mainstream media was talking about it. So it's to the credit of the democratic peasants movement and later the united peasants movement that it has been able to keep this issue alive in the general public, and thereby also to some extent opening the possibility for the anti-authoritarian mobilization. So with that, I thank the speakers and the discussant for raising some very important issues for which there are not easy answers. And I thank the organizers for organizing the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. A big thanks to chair and all the speakers. Now there's a for this wonderful session. Now there's a time for tea break. We will take a break for 10 minutes, and next session will start by 3:45. Please be on time. Thank you.
इससे क्या था मैंने मैप डेटा, हाँ मैप डेटा है, लैटिट्यूड लॉन्गिट्यूड है, ठीक है ठीक है, एक इंडेक्स बनाया था इंडिया का हाँ क्यों बनाते अरे ये इसमें ये है कि तुम ये कलर वगैरह तो मैंने हाँ तो मैंने वाला बता देना पर हमको आर वाला तो इन द वे सीखना है, ये वाला ना वो रेड ब्लू ये वाला काफी सारे यही कलर को यूज करते हैं तो लाइट और उसमें एक बार देखते हैं एक कोर्स में सही या तो एक बार बता देना या कोर्स पर्टिकुलर इसके लिए कोर्स शेयर कर देना ये सब और इजी है मैथ्स ग्राफ्स वाले सेक्शन में जाके मैंने ये सुना है मैंने कोशिश की थी पर पता नहीं उसमें क्या शायद रेड लॉ वो सब सही से ए ये क्या बनाते हैं नेटवर्क का नहीं बनाते यार अरे यार ये सारी चीज आपको पता है चलो अच्छी बात है हमको नेटवर्क बना अभी तो नहीं पर नवे बनाने होंगे और हम चाह रहे हैं कि इस तरह का जैसे मैप के थ्रू हम मैप के अंदर बनाना चाहते हैं ये मैप के अंदर अच्छा पूरा मैप एंड स्टेट्स के बीच में इंटरेक्शन लोग जा रहे हैं एक्चुअली ये ना ये ग्राफ थ्योरी से आता है उसका तो मैप में क्या होता है लोकेशन फिक्स इधर तो लोकेशन फिक्स नहीं होता तो वो प्रॉब्लम है कि ये वैसे क्लस्टर करते हैं कि सपोज जो कंट्रीज अपने आप से ज़्यादा ट्रेड करते हैं जैसे जापान कोरिया ट्रेड ज़्यादा करते हैं हाँ वो साइड्स का है और पास पास के अगर ये ज्योग्राफिकल इसलिए उनका आपस में इंटरेक्शन ज़्यादा हाँ दैट इज समथिंग कॉल्ड सेंट्रलिटी ये ग्राफ स्पाशियल टाइप हाँ मतलब ग्राफ स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक्स भी वो एक नोट से आता है तो ये नोट यूएसए का लोकेशन तो नहीं है ना पर वो सेंट्रल है मतलब सारे कंट्रीज के साथ तो ये सारा बहुत से ऑप्टिमाइजेशन करने के बाद ये था ये एक एल्गोरिथम है मैंने नाम नहीं लिखा हाँ कहाँ तो ये तुम अगर ये मैंने यूट्यूब से पढ़ा था इसका जितना पता नहीं कुछ ये एक्चुअली ग्राफ थ्योरी बेसिकली मैथ्स के डोमेन में आता है तो समझ आता नहीं पर तुम ये कर सकते हो तो इसमें ये है कि कौन सा कंट्री किस तरह ट्रेड कर रहा है तो बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट देखे जैसे तो मुझे लगा एक स्पेशल एस्पेक्ट देख सकते ये देखोगे जो कंट्रीज आसपास हैं वो ज़्यादा ट्रेड करते हैं दूसरे के साथ ठीक है तो जैसे जर्मनी ये यूरोपियन कंट्रीज ठीक है हाँ तो एक स्पेशल एस्पेक्ट भी फर्क नहीं पड़ता है कि ये और ये पूरा ग्राफ का साइज भी एक टर्म रहता है जैसे देखो ये ग्राफ में थोड़ा ज़्यादा स्पेस होता है ये ग्राफ में ज़्यादा कॉम्पैक्ट है तो ये बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स को लेके मतलब जो भी इसमें चीजें हैं वो कुछ ना कुछ रीजन की वजह से हाँ है ऐसे ही बस नहीं बनाए वो भी करना होगा जो थ्योरी होगी वो तरीके की जो इंटरेक्शन है वो किस स्टेट से ज्यादा है आपस में किस स्टेट का दूसरे स्टेट से है देखो ये वाला ग्राफ तो तुम्हें देखो सब समझ में आएगा ये ज्यादा फैला हुआ है टाइम के बाद ये कंसंट्रेशन इंक्रीज हो गया है और ये ट्रेड वॉल्यूम तो ट्रेड वॉल्यूम के लिए कोई जो लाइन है थिकनेस इज बेसिकली ट्रेड वॉल्यूम बायलैटरल ट्रेड का साइज क्या बता रहे हैं तो साइज बता रहे टोटल ट्रेड टोटल एक्सपोर्ट इंपोर्ट नेट टोटल तो कितना एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं यूएसए इंटरमीडिएट सिर्फ एक्सपोर्ट की नेट एक्सपोर्ट नेट नेट तो कम हो जाता है सिर्फ नेट में भी उसका ज़्यादा रहेगा ना ग्राफ मतलब ये चेंज हो जाएगा ग्राफ trade between countries for intermediate भूल गया सोशल प्लानिंग ठीक है
लिख दिया इसी में, किसमें लिख रहे हैं आप?
मैं लेटेक्स में लिख
यार वर्ड पे टेक्स्ट मेकर में लिखा है समथिंग लाइक
मैं लेटेक्स में मैं ओवरली
करना भी होगा तो उस पे ही करना पड़ेगा। विंडोज में क्या
ओवरली
विंडोज में ओवर विंडोज में तो
एप्लीकेशन में टेक्स्ट मेकर में ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी ना, टेक्स्ट मेकर में पूरा अलाइनमेंट सब सही होना चाहिए वरना वो कोड रन नहीं करेगा, इसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम है। मतलब तो जैसे इंडेंटेशन वगैरह भी कुछ चेक करना होता है, इसमें वो चीज़ नहीं है। तो
ये समथिंग एप्लीकेशन जैसा है जिसको
नहीं ये वेब ब्राउज़र टाइप से
बस खोलो जाके
लेटेक्स तो मैं आता तो बेसिकली इससे
तो कोर्स
टेक्स्ट मेकर से हो
का
जाता
लॉजिक तो वही रहता है जो आप
हाँ।
है बट चीजें थोड़ी सी समझ नहीं पड़ती।
नहीं आता नहीं लेटेक्स कर
हाँ सर
टेक्स्ट मेकर में
हाँ
पर टेक्स्ट मेकर में वो प्रॉब्लम है इंडेंटेशन, पर वो एक एडवांटेज ये है कि ऑफलाइन है,
टेक्स्ट मेकर ऑफलाइन और
ऑनलाइन है, और ये इसका और एक चीज़ है ये फिर कमांड थ्रू कर देता
वो
है।
एप्लीकेशन की तरह है।
हाँ इसमें अगर तुम आधा कोड भी दोगे तो बाकी दिखा देगा साथ में। अब मुझे नहीं लगता ये टेक्स्ट मेकर में
इट्स समथिंग आर स्टूडेंट को दिखा देगा।
हाँ वो बाकी का मतलब
हाँ,
अगर
आपको idea है।
स्लैश बिगिन लिखो तो वो दिखा देगा बिगिन का इक्वेशन, ई लिखोगे तो इक्वेशन बहुत तरह होता है इक्वेशन
इतना टाइम उसको देने से तो बेहतर है
इसमें पीपीटी भी मस्त है। ये वो प्राचीन प्रेजेंटेशन क्या था वो लेटेक्स में फॉर एग्जांपल ये
बॉक्स प्लॉट्स
वो तो आने ये शायद वो ये क्या नेटवर्क का स्पीड डॉट करना है
to see the migration from first state to false state. तो उनका आपस में क्या कनेक्शन
This one ना 345
ज़्यादा बढ़िया एक्सप्लेन करेगा।
फिर आप माइग्रेशन आप इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन भी कर रहे थे अर्बनाइजेशन नहीं आप पर साथ में कर सकते हो माइग्रेशन अर्बनाइजेशन
वो तो मतलब पर मेन जो कंसंट्रेशन जिससे वो ये
पर अभी आप बात प्राइवेट सर्विस करोगे सेपरेशन तो आप कैसे नेटवर्क
सेकेंडरी डेटा अभी लेकिन ISDs में है NSS में है सेंसस में है तीनों है मतलब पर डेफिनेशंस उनकी अलग अलग है इसी बात से अलग अभी हमने सिर्फ लिटरेचर बेस बता दिया पर आपको अपना तो वो तो हो जाएगा मतलब उसमें भी करना 2020 का एक थोड़ा डेटा है एक छोटा पॉइंट जो कंपैरेबल नहीं है किसी और से पर थोड़ा शायद आइडिया सिर्फ देखा है उसको PDF देखा है लेवल पे तो कोई देखा कोई पर उससे प्लॉट्स बढ़िया नया लग रहा है
स्टेट वाइज एग्रीगेट कर
हाँ फिर MP को फोकस कर लेंगे क्योंकि डिस्ट्रिक्ट के नीचे तो डेटा है नहीं
नेटवर्क होगा इंडिया के इंडिया मैप में
पता नहीं किसी पेपर में लिखा था हर दिमाग में भी है कि ये पॉसिबिलिटी है क्योंकि उन्होंने उस ये शायद पेपर था उसमें उन्होंने इस तरह
मैं आपको मैं यही बोला था इसके ये कौन सा डेटा से लेके क्या वो वाला
All right, we'll start with the fourth session, which is Contemporary Labor Regimes and Challenges of Social Reproduction. The speakers for this session are Amit Chakrabarti, who's a PhD scholar in Center for Economic Studies and Planning, JNU. Archana Prasad, who's a professor in Center for Informal Sector and Labor Studies, JNU. Pradeep Shinde, assistant professor in Center for Informal Sector and Labor Studies, JNU. The discussant of the session would be Manish Kumar, who's an assistant professor in Delhi School of Economics and executive director in Center for Development Economics, DSE. And the session would be moderated by Praveen Jha, who's a professor in Center for Economic Studies and Planning and CISLS JNU. Over to the moderator now. Thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome to this session. Let me also announce a minor adjustment, minor, major, whichever way you want to look at it. In the schedule, after this session, high tea was mentioned. But since we are starting sort of almost 20 minutes behind the schedule, we would have this session and the next one, which is a special lecture, the second special lecture by Professor Christoph Scherer, and then we will go for the high tea, right? Yeah? Or we can even have the vote of thanks, and then, so that it's a kind of a closure. It will be probably good that way, that you don't have to come back here, after the high tea, yeah? So let's keep that for the end then. All right, so this particular session, as it says, is Contemporary Labor Regimes and Challenges of Social Reproduction, which is, which has received a lot of attention, the social reproduction, for quite some time. In fact, it has a long history, but in the last 3-4 decades or so, a lot of work has happened on this particular theme, connecting it with many other sort of very, very profound themes and issues. And Archana will talk about some of those. She will be the last speaker amongst our panelists. We'll start with Amit, then Pradeep, yeah, and then we come to sort of the last presentation from Archana. Essentially, the questions that are very, very important for us to understand in the context of these workshops is, how do we understand the broader accumulation regimes in the larger sense, in particular with reference to agriculture? But as I keep repeating, you can't understand agriculture without understanding non-agriculture, right? So that should be our core kind of focus, and in particular, what is happening to the world of work. Yeah. So those are the pivotal kinds of issues for this particular session, as we have been discussing most of these issues also for the entire day. So Amit, you're ready to present? Do you want to go there and show some slides, or want to speak just like that? Whatever.
I can speak, but I think...
No, whatever. You are the boss.
Thank you. As Professor Praveen said, also in the previous session, that the central theme is agricultural value systems, and particularly the focus in agriculture and the question of labor. But the question of labor in agriculture cannot be fully understood without an engagement with question of labor in general or the world of work or the accumulation of capital in the present times. My core area has been industrial labor, particularly global value chain, global value systems, labor process, etc., focusing on automobile industry and informalization there. But as I feel that there is a need and possibility of a productive dialogue between different sections, sectors, so that a general idea in terms of world of work can be developed where agricultural labor plays an important role. So first thing is that the main aspect or the point of discussion of this session is labor regime and social reproduction. There has been a serious discussion regarding labor process, labor regime, and social reproduction for last 3-4 decades primarily. In terms of labor process, the work of Harry Breverman in 70s have been a pivotal work, labor and monopoly capital. And while the field of labor process theory developed, one important response was from Michael Burawe. In 1979, there was a response. But particularly in his 1985 work, Politics of Production, the book where he described factory regimes, where he situated labor process not only inside the factory but in broader political arena. And where it is important that important foundation of labor regime can be identified from that strand where there is a mediation between what is going on in the factory, but under the condition of overall domination of capital, the social institutions, the state institutions, etc. And particularly in last 3-4 decades, this discussion has developed, and there have been various trends. Like one important trend have been from economic geography, where particularly different kinds of localized labor control regimes have been discussed. One important debate has been regarding transition debates from pre-capitalist formation to capitalism, various kinds of labor regime in terms of mobilizing labor in production, like forced labor, semi-proletarianization, proletarianization, commodity production, etc., etc., small commodity production. So these kinds of labor regimes have been operative under general domination of capitalism. One important debate which took place in 70s in India, like most of us know of it, the mode of production debate. There was an important debate whether the nature of agriculture, like relations of production, it was semi-feudal or capitalistic, etc., etc. So one point of debate was that what kind of capitalist development took place in agricultural production relations. Another debate took place later on, that in case of agriculture, drawing from works of Chayanov, who was a contemporary of Lenin, focusing on subsistence economy or need economy, that particularly subsistent agriculture is relatively autonomous to capitalist production relations. So like informal economy or subsistence agriculture, these kinds of things. So these kinds of debates in terms of labor regime also continued. One important engagement have been from the feminist Marxist perspective, particularly in 70s, autonomist Marxist tradition, Maria Rosa de la Costa, Silvia Federici, and all those people were particularly household labor, unpaid labor. I think Archana will cover a bit of it, political economy of unpaid labor, particularly in agriculture. This kind of scenario can be drawn from those kinds of work where directly it is not a wage labor kind of situation, but under broader production and reproduction of capital. So if we locate these discussions or debates, particularly in today's context, I want to focus on
4 important aspects. Number one, after 70s, after 70s, in last 3-4 decades, one important change has been the blurring labor regimes of agrarian and non-agrarian sectors. There was a hope of transition, like this is agriculture, and like the surplus population agriculture will go to industry, maybe a transitional informal economy may be there, but industry will absorb. Industry did not absorb. There's an urban informal sector, and not only that, the link with agriculture did not end. So, like as a trade union activist, when you engage with the garment workers in Udyog Bihar, Gurgaon, like for months they are working as garment workers, and for 2-3 months they are going back to their villages where they have small lands. They are engaging as marginal or small peasants, and they come back again. So these kinds of engagements are there. In Haryana, when we engage like the agricultural laborers, particularly from the Dalit section, who are working there, when there is no work, they are going to the nearby cities, construction workers, hawkers, transport workers, and particularly in villages, NREGA workers, etc., etc. The rural non-farm sector has expanded. So basically, when we understand the labor regime, this engagement of agrarian and non-agrarian sector is quite overlapping. And another important thing is that, as Professor Pravinja was discussing, that we need to contextualize it not only in the local or all India framework, but there is a global aspect of it. The production and distribution of surplus in a value system, global value system, global production network, whatever you call, there is a process of it, and in the domination of capitalism worldwide, also in our country, a domination of imperialist system, generally, despite regional variations, there is a export of particular kind of capital labor relation. In those areas where bargaining power of labor is less and labor is cheap. In Indian context, particularly when we discuss that people are not getting minimum wages in the last session, like one of the presenters described situation of Punjab, even in Punjab they are not getting minimum wage. Even in the core of advanced industry, we find that the temporary non-permanent workers who are not getting minimum wage, less than minimum wage, they are working as trainees or apprentices and etc. for years under NIM trainee and different sections. There is a case of super exploitation. Like there were two kinds of exploitation mentioned in Marx's Capital. One is in the absolute sense and a relative sense. There's a third form of extraction of surplus value we got in Capital, which is where the value of wages fall below the value of labor power. And it can operate in those societies where there is a strong social hierarchy. The lower strata doesn't have a sense of right of livelihood. As we discussed, the migrant workers coming from Bihar to Haryana operating with much less wage compared to the Haryana workers, local workers, they are operating in those conditions. So keeping in mind, I just flipped through few experiences from Haryana, where I have been a bit directly engaged. So one thing is that there are, though it is a center of green revolution, Punjab and Haryana particularly, but Haryana has variations. Like some areas nearby Punjab, they have better irrigation system, they have better land fertility, etc., and productivity is more. The regions, particularly South Haryana, nearby Rajasthan area, their water irrigation system is less. So major flow of migrant workers are to those areas, particularly middle and upper Haryana, where there is more land productivity. So one important aspect, if we discuss, like one important aspect is the Haryana rice production, wheat production, or sugarcane production. Like major production of rice, a significant part goes for export. Because in Haryana local consumption is less. Particularly from Bihar, the migrant workers, seasonal migrant workers come to Haryana for rice production. It's overwhelming majority, I think 80%, 90% maybe from Bihar, a small section from East UP, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh. But for sugar trend, it is mainly UP, the migrant workers who come to Haryana. These migrant workers, like I just take 2-3 minutes to describe the situation. So, like there are groups of 10 to 40, 50. There is one person among them who are like designated as Nambardar. You can think of Tekadar kind of thing. So they are contacted by the farmers. So they keep track of the time when these kinds of, like generally the seasons for rice is mid-June to July, rice farming, and then its harvesting time is mid-October to November. This is the peak season. And then at that time when they come, generally for 1 acre it is, for farming it is 3,000 to 3,500, and for harvesting it is 3,500 to 4,000 at present. For local workers of Haryana, who are the agricultural laborers local, it is at least 1,000 rupees more. There is the then they need to do it secretly because they cannot violate that. They have to be there. But the migrant workers can take much less than that. So there is a discrepancy where minimum condition, like these workers come, so initially the farmers give like make an account transfer of 10,000, 20,000 for transport cost. When they come here, there is no direct payment. Shelter is there, some food material is brought to them, and they stay and work, like for 1 acre. So I cannot go into details, but majorly the thing is that it is direct payment. It's not paid in the sense when the entire work is done, then different calculations take place, and at that time they get payment. Like there are other factors like this overwhelmingly there is population in Haryana and outside also, such that I mentioned 2 aspects. Like one kind of labor regime is that where we were interacting workers from Bhiwani. So they come to Haryana during rice cultivation season. Then they go back to Motihari district, rice mills. They are the workers, voting ability workers. They come to Gurgaon, garment industry for a few months. So this is a kind of circulation. They have sometimes take tenancy of some land or work as agricultural laborers. It's difficult in North India. They go to South, but to some extent some of them do that. So this is one kind of circulation where there is no union, where there is no collective bargaining, and they are hunting for wages. Second aspect is the Haryana local agricultural workers who, when they don't get work, one aspect is the migrant workers are coming, another is automation, like a major part of wheat harvesting is 90% of its combined machines and etc. So when they don't get work, they go to NRGA. If there is no NRGA work, they go to construction work nearest cities. So around some 100 kilometers, they go and come back. So this is a different kind of agrarian, non-agrarian interactions. So these 2 labor regimes, their bargaining capacity and etc. has to be dealt differently. And it's interesting that there is no overlapping. In garment industry, no local Haryana or Punjab worker works. However distressed are they? They are from Bihar or East UP. So it's a kind of social reproduction in terms of region, in terms of caste, in terms of gender, that is being reproduced within this labor regime. I conclude by 3-4 points. First, one important aspect is that when this kind of super exploitation takes place in agrarian value systems, a major portion of surplus is being siphoned out to the agro industry. It is not in the hand of farmers. So we need to take account of that. So a particular kind of capital labor relation is taking place here. And when we say the siphoned out, not only big agro industries in India, but also foreign industries, pesticide, fertilizer, etc., and also different kinds of agricultural networks. So that is one thing. Second is that there is a mix of advanced technology and precarious work. We see it at the heart of industry. In Maruti, the most developed shop floor where 5,000 robots are working, and 5,000 permanent workers are working. There we find that most precarious work along with most automated system is operating. Similar situation to some extent can be discussed in context of agriculture also. Increased mechanization, those works which demand more physical work, brutal kind of situation like the loading, unloading, etc., particularly after wheat production. For that, seasonal migrant workers are needed. So there is a kind of despotism where there is no union rights, no collective bargaining, super exploitation, precarity of work, no employer-employee relation. Maximum it can be said that, okay, some social security will be there, but not under the trade union framework. So these kinds of despotism, which we found in the early era of capitalism, is kind of intertwined with the technological development. A kind of techno-despotic tendency is developing in the labor regime. Lastly, we cannot discuss it in details. There are challenges, as we discussed in the earlier sections, discussions, that how to organize this section, the challenges of union and collective bargaining. I think that's a serious engagement that we should deal with. Thank you.
I'm also trying to, I normally work on informal worker issues in, or rather I should say dabble into um, urban informality. This is this going to be here? This laptop? Okay. It's your phone. All right. So now I'm going to talk about a kind of new space which I call non-village, non-farm village space. That's where I'm trying to situate my argument. And by doing, by talking about, you know, the reproduction of the conditions of production. I'm trying to draw on, you know, on Karl Marx and then on Louis Althusser, who talks about state apparatuses, and he basically talks about two kinds of state apparatuses. One is repressive and the second one is ideological. So we have seen the repressive ideology of the state by invoking various kinds of arms, military, police, you know, ever since this regime has come to power, and the manner in which in the beginning the farmer struggle, how brutally it was repressed. But farmers stood up to them. So now let me talk about, I'll give you two instances. How this regime, neoliberal regime, basically by using this ideological state apparatuses, trying to perpetuate its ideology. Now, what is the difference between neoliberalism and capitalism? You know, I think Professor Praveen Jha pointed out that it's a spontaneous, neoliberalism is kind of, it rests on spontaneity. So it's more vicious than capitalism, but I think there is very little difference. But anyway, let me give these two instances. A few years back, we visited a few villages in the vicinity of Gurgaon. And in one of our visits, we discovered that the sanitation work that was being handled in the villages that surround these multinational corporations in Gurgaon, they were contracted out by these multinational companies. Now, this is a very interesting scenario. Why do these multinational companies have to, you know, kind of run this regime of sanitation work in these villages?
This is first instance. I'll come back to that later. Second, in Maharashtra, a few years back, a very noted Hindi and Marathi political actor Nana Patekar and Amir Khan, they went to rural Maharashtra, in western Maharashtra, and exhorted people to kind of construct a dam, little dam. And it became a big spectacle all over the place in Maharashtra. And in the neighboring district, which is basically a sugar belt controlled by sugar barons of western Maharashtra, who run the politics of Maharashtra to a very greater extent. They don't allow local people to draw water from the canals that carry water to the sugarcane factories. And they basically deploy armed guards. And if you even touch that water, you are going to be hauled up. Okay? And we were talking about corporate sector, the comrade from Kerala. So corporate sector models are also could be problematic. And I'm not studied in depth this Western Maharashtra corporate sector model, but it is hailed as one of the very interesting political achievements of this landed caste called Marathas. So these are two scenarios. Now, coming back to Gurgaon, I asked this as to why the sanitation regime should be afforded by the corporate sector in the Gurgaon area. Could it be because there is a potential or potentiality of resistance on the part of the villagers to corporatization of this place? Could be. I'm just throwing it out. I don't know. Could be, possibly. And why these civil society groups and NGOs invoked by the state elites to create these kind of spectacles? And where is the state into this? As to why the state and its bureaucrats or its executives remain silent. NGOization, I have written critically about it, that NGOs basically, it's a smoke screen to to invisibilize trade union politics. And therefore, you see state-sponsored NGOs creating these kind of spectacles. This is something which I call, drawing on Althusser, ideological state apparatus. And the interesting thing is, middle class is also quite gung-ho about this. Middle class then goes on expecting a lot of these things of this kind because they think that privatization is a very important thing, whereas public sector is basically creates all these slackers who do not really work but then draw a salary and enjoy all kinds of state perks, and therefore the society is going down the drain. And that is why they very openly talk about privatization of state institutions. These are the two scenarios. Now, how are they related to the production or the reproduction of laboring class? As I said, a lot of these places, basically have kept the whole reproduction regime quite healthy, in the sense that as we know that we can't really have open caste practices, but then somehow we have also, as a society, internalized these primordial values. And therefore, the very reproduction of these institutions, these primordial values, is problematic, not only because it is also imposed and controlled and run by the state as its ideological apparatuses, but we ourselves have also internalized these structures of exclusionary structures, and therefore these structures tend to survive or tend to outweigh whatever the state does. Now, the regime that we have is extremely brutal. And it's also clandestinely trying to keep these structures not only alive, but also in a way perpetuate. And there have been many instances of this kind. We keep reading about caste, we keep reading about sanitation workers, especially the drain workers dying, but then we don't really see anything being done by that. But then we also create spectacles of going on the moon and whatnot. And now people are talking about going to the sun. Okay, but then we don't have implements or mechanization of sanitation work, and therefore people of a particular caste die. Now there is no work, so what do you do? So ultimately you also end up showing this monopolistic instinct to this kind of work, which is dirty, which is filthy, but then you don't have any choice. You know, you tend to hold on to it so strongly that you believe that it is your work. Few years back in Gulbarga, Karnataka Municipal Corporation, a sanitation worker protested by putting human excreta on his body and going in front of the municipal authorities to protest what? That he had also applied for sanitation contract in that municipality, but then he didn't get it. So as a market protest, he protested. And just imagine what could have happened. He was arrested for what? For hurting the sentiments of the municipal authorities. So this is what has been happening. So he was Dalit. He thought that it was his work. Okay, but then he was sadly mistaken, and the form of protest that he chose was to douse himself with human excreta. So this is what happens. Why? Because, I mean, you would not blame the poor chap. Okay, but then there is such a great deal of uncertainty, what we call precarity, that you have something to fall back on, but that's not enough. So what workers have been doing, I mean, migrant workers as well as workers who come from small villages, they migrate to places where they find work. Amit spoke about how there is also a conflicting picture, how migrant workers are paid less and the native workers charge more money. Now migrant workers agree to work with less wages because they don't have families, especially this pattern of migrant workers migrating from North India. They migrate single. They don't migrate with their families. So there is a belief that since they stay alone in a group, so they can afford to work with less wages. And then sometimes this also leads to conflict. In 1994, this had also become a kind of rallying point for the native workers to rise against migrant workers in Mumbai. These are basically workers from rural Bihar, and they had to face the consequences. They were attacked by the Shiv Sena goons at that point of time, and that is what happens. Migrant workers are attacked, killed, and we have seen that a lot of examples of this kind all over the country, because somehow, and this is also governed by certain primordial loyalties I pointed out. One, that is caste, but also kinship networks, state networks, religion. So these workers find it not very difficult to migrate because they believe that they have their caste members, they have their religion members in big cities, and that is why they migrate. So somehow all these traditional values continue to exert a great deal of influence on workers, but then they are victims of this. At the same time, they are also 3 minutes. Okay, these values are also being kept alive, not only alive but also perpetuated quite healthily by the state apparatuses. Sometimes the state uses violence, sometimes the state uses ideological forces to somehow impart these kinds of values, these kinds of mindsets. But then what do you do? Where is the space for resistance? Now collective resistance, the possibility of collective resistance is it is I mean arguably very less. What do you do? Then workers individually protest by exercising whatever little autonomy that they have. They refuse to work, but then this doesn't really structurally change anything for them. Bremen also talks about this kind of individual protests. Yet Dinev, who's studied Tirupur hosiery industry, but yeah, autonomy, yes, but then does that autonomy really save or give him alternative form of work? Perhaps yes, but then ultimately the amount of energy, the amount of money he may perhaps would have to exhaust in order to access work elsewhere. So So this is what basically we are staring into. You have this rampant enjoyization of Indian society, civil society groups, and the state finds it very easily to control NGOs. Now we are seeing a lot of civil society groups have been basically reined in by this regime, but then it is difficult for the state to control trade union politics, and that is why especially left-leaning or left trade union politics is being massively vilified. So they are being called all kinds of names. But then I think it is very important for us to somehow recover this politics and not pander to the enjoyization of Indian society, because it's also, I believe, a state apparatus which is very effective. I think I should stop there. Thank you.
Lot of food for thought. Now we go to Archana, please.
So, thank you to the chair and to everybody else who has worked very hard to make this very exciting workshop work out well. I thought that I'll basically talk about what I've never actually talked about before, is the political economy of unpaid work in agrarian societies. Usually when we talk about political economy, we talk about development, we talk about labor and these kinds of things. But why I thought of talking about the political economy of unpaid work is because let me make a slightly controversial statement, because the question of unpaid labor, according to me, is a very slippery terrain. It is not a settled question in one sense, because the way in which it has been generally understood in scholarship is that unpaid work is mostly done by women, which actually the data shows you, and it's largely comprising of household work. Yeah, and therefore the question of getting justice for unpaid workers is basically a women's problem. Largely within the political movements and the scholarship, this has been a trend. I'm not going into the nuances because there are many diversities in this trend. Yeah, that's, but if we look, because thus far what we've heard is basically the character, the rural-urban character of surplus labor. This is what Pradeep and Amit have been talking about. Now let me try to look at it from another angle. The point is that Paris also showed those graphs yesterday, which we had worked on. The point is that when we are talking about unpaid labor, we are talking really about labor that has not been paid for. That labor can exist for anybody, women also, men also. Yeah? And when we are talking about social reproduction, we are basically talking about the labor's ability to renew themselves. Yeah? And what has been said by Della Costa and Federici and others is, starting with Mariamis, of course, is that women take the burden of the renewal of labor and therefore subsidize, correctly they've argued, subsidize the capitalist accumulation process. The rate of profiteering and capitalist accumulation in fact increases because of women's unpaid labor. Yeah, but as several people have shown, when we do that, we largely talk about paid labor in terms of exploitation, unjust exploitation. But as we know, paid labor has, every grain of paid labor has some unpaid labor in it. in the sense that a worker never gets paid fully for their work. Otherwise, there would be no surplus value and there would be no this thing. So, the point that I'm first trying to make is that if we have to look at unpaid labor beyond the household. Yeah? And we have to see the connection between unpaid and paid labor when we are looking at the capitalist accumulation system and the changing transitions within agrarian society also. I think this is a very, very important aspect of research which has actually been picked up more in non-agrarian systems. Because when we talk about agrarian society, largely if you look at Bozarup's work or somebody, they'll say all subsistence farming is female farming. And then when the market comes in, it becomes commercial farming, so it becomes male farming. So this kind of male-female binary becomes also a binary between social reproduction and production, the cycle of production. This is something that I've been trying to contest in my work also, and in the Agrarian South Network also we've been trying to contest this one factor. So I think that the feminization of unpaid work in scholarship and in political advocacy is quite a dangerous trend impacting the unity of the working class. At the same time, the working class itself has to become more social transformative and take on board some of the main issues that are concerned with unpaid labor. So the problem is not only from one side, the problem is from, as I raised in the last thing also, it's from both sides. Now the second point that I want to make in the context of this is, if we look at the, I mean, I'm just skipping a lot, otherwise we won't be able to keep time. If we, in this context, if we look at the question of agricultural value systems, I mean, Dinesh, myself, Praveen, and two other people, we just did a study in Haryana, and we learned a few important things out of that. The first thing that we learned is that the dependence of small farmers, not only on corporates, but even on large landholders, is increasing. And it's increasing because the state is no longer able to help them meet their survival or protect their survival space. If that is increasing, then the process of the changing relationship between paid and unpaid work is also increasing. Now, if we look at it class-wise, yeah, then we find, if we look at it class-wise, then we find that majority of the marginal farmers and small farmers use family labor, but the family labor is not only the women's labor. The family labor is the whole family's unpaid labor. And if you do a timeline of it, I'm sure you will find that the proportion of that family labor is also increasing. This is some trajectory that should be studied a little bit more, because the ability of these farms to do hired labor is decreasing. It may have been, some people said 30 days earlier. Now they probably hire for 6 days or 10 days. That's all. Yeah. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that because of the penetration of capital and the offloading of costs, we find that even in Gujarat, for example, in government projects, like, I don't know if Supal is here, but government projects, like Project Sunshine, yeah, where you get women and children from outside the state to work on cotton farms, yeah. Even in those farms, the costs are being offloaded into the family farms. And I think some of Walter Chambati and Co.'s work, the Samoyo Institute's work, earlier work on Zimbabwe also actually shows this. The way, now it's natural when this kind of thing happens, the women's work also increases. There's a disproportionate relationship between man's unpaid labor and women's unpaid labor, that we all agree. Yeah? And Madhura Swaminathan's latest work on women and work did some time use surveys in Mandya district of Karnataka. They found that men were working about maybe 10 to 12 hours a day, and women were working up to 18 to 20 hours a day for both their social reproductive work, which incidentally is not only the social reproduction of the household, but also of capitalism itself. Yeah? And in paid work. Now, the last point, the third point, how much time do I have, Praveen?
5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes.
Yeah. So, so the point that I'm trying to make is that the penetration of corporate capital into the agrarian societies has offloaded costs on small farms and other farms, and therefore increase the degree of unpaid labor of the farmer and the agricultural worker themselves. I think this is something that I'm sort of sticking my neck out without doing too much research, but maybe Manish can help me to study that a bit. And therefore, the extraction of surplus and the accumulation, the rate of accumulation is going up. Yeah? So it's not only that unemployment is growing, the labor surpluses is growing, but what is it actually doing to the life of labor? That's why people have been arguing in non-agrarian settings also that the crisis of social reproduction is a necessary condition for the revival of capitalism. Because as they are showing, the labor surpluses are so high, labor surpluses are so high that the state or the employer doesn't need to bother about whether a worker lives or dies. If a worker dies, there's some other worker will be there. Societies, I mean, I've worked basically on tribal societies. I can just take one small example on tribal societies, where I can say that actually in cultivation, male work is going up even though it may not be earning them a high income, and women's work is declining like mad. And this is also a general trend because men are also willing to put in more hours with lesser wages. So this replacement of the workforce. Now, the third point. So now what has been the method of capturing this? One of the most popular discourses of this has been on the time use surveys. In India, unfortunately, we only have one proper time use survey, which is 2019, even though people have been talking about it for a long time. Yeah? We only have one proper time use survey, and I just happened to be looking more closely at it yesterday and a couple of days back because I just wanted to see what's happening with it. Yeah, it obviously shows that women do 3 times more unpaid labor and all this kind of thing in rural areas. I'm only talking about rural labor just now. But something that was very interesting that I found over there is the top of the table, which actually very few people quote, that this statistic is from ages 6 and above, 6 to 59. And the aggregate time spent in maintenance and self-maintenance, yeah, is 50% of your time. Now, what is this self-maintenance? It's basically sleep, sleeplessness, and all these kinds of other activities. 50%, and there's no gap between men's work and women's work over there. But if you go in the working age population, which data they've also given, the gaps are quite high. Yeah, the gaps are quite high. So, by actually presenting the data in this form, this is a way of obfuscation of the differentials within the working class family also. The differentials within the working class family also. Another very interesting thing, actually, I was quite shocked to find it. When they're talking about paid work or employment-related activities, they say rural men work for 4.5 hours a day on employment-related activities, whereas rural women work for 1 hour in employment-related activities. I don't know how this data has been compiled and analyzed. Yeah? And even if you just take the male figure, 4.5 hours a day, there are studies to show that people are working much more than this. Yeah? So are we going to call the rest of it unpaid labor? So these are the questions that the data collection process has to be asked. Whereas 7 days of continuous time use survey by Madhura Swaminathan in Mandya village and 2 villages in Bihar shows that women are actually working 18 hours a day, out of which at least 5 to 6 hours are paid labor, low paid labor. So what is the discrepancy between this time use survey of working age women and that survey? I think a question needs to be raised about this much touted survey on how it is actually capturing the working hours and the laboring hours by showing that actually people have a lot of time to work because they sleep half the day. It's ridiculous. Yeah. So I think with these brief, I mean, I've not been very brief, but I think this is a very deep subject. And in order to unpack the whole thing, I think one needs much more work. I myself have to do much more research on this, but I just thought I'll throw up some of these questions for further debate, and if people want to do further research on it. And certainly I feel that Agrarian South Network and the GPN should take up studies like this, because they're very few and far between, even on agrarian societies. Thank you very much.
Dear discussant, Manish.
As I anticipated, this session is going to be, this session was really very packed of 3 wonderful lectures, and discussing these presentations was is very challenging, especially when Professor Archana Prasad is speaking in a panel, who is authority on this matter, subject matter of social reproduction, etc. So, and my friend Amit, he also spoke about about some theoretical survey of global value chain, labor chain, where he talked about the overlap between agricultural worker and non-agricultural worker, and he presented some case studies. Professor Pradeep Shinde rightly pointed out, and I agree with him. He spoke about the non-farm village space and how the existing structure of the farm or the village agrarian structure, or the structure of the village system, how a state is using those structure and in their own favor, how NGOization is an obstacle for several progressive growth in the rural areas. So those things he discussed. So I have one question for each speakers in brief, for my own enlightenment or for my own understanding, and then I have a general comment that I will come in a while. So for Professor Archana Prasad, you spoke about uh, unpaid labor. So that is one thing. But or for the audience also, I would like to articulate a question in different way. If you can, or to some extent, you have already answered that question, but I'm just articulating it. If we can have more discussion on that. So one work, when we are talking about unpaid work, generally we categorize family labor or family work as unpaid work. That is one thing. But there are several works where wage rate is not that much, which is taking into consideration the value added by the workforce. So how to differentiate these two kind of unpaid part of the work or unpaid work? So this, if you can elaborate on that point. Professor Pradeep Shinde, if you can discuss, you said, you talked about NGOization of state apparatus or NGO as a state apparatus. You have discussed about that. So given this condition, what is happening to this non-farm village space? Is that shrinking or is that expanding? So what is happening to that space? So that is the broadly one thing. Amit, you discussed about overlap between agriculture work and non-agriculture work. So given your case study, what is happening to the wage or the earning or value addition by the workers in these two sectors? How would you compare their value addition in these two sectors? So if you can throw some light on that. In all presentations, in fact, in several other presentations last 2 days, we discussed about various theoretical backgrounds, various theoretical construct, starting from 1950s, 1960s, debate related to green revolution. Then we had some farm size productivity debate. Then we had mode of production debate, etc. Those things. So at one side we have such debate. On the other side, we had some mainstream debate around agriculture. So in the mainstream debate, Amit, in his presentation, did some kind of survey of theoretical constructs. But we also need to understand and highlight the limitation of these two set of debates, or whether it is mainstream debate, which does not consider the accurate measure of value, for example. So they generally mainstream, you basically consider price as indicator of value. Then you do not have any scope to incorporate power asymmetry between different actors or different economic agent into consideration. That is very big shortcoming in the mainstream theory of value system or value chain, etc. They consider the value chain or the entire sequence of production process in a linear way. They do not consider that we have heterogeneous, or we do not have a homogeneous set of actors. We actually have, all within a particular production process, you have different set of actors. There are different possibilities. So all these, given these three conditions, mainstream literature has serious shortcomings. That is one thing. The second thing is, in the alternative mode of production debate or farm size productivity debate, although we have learned a lot from these debates, but we also need to highlight the limitation of these debates. And there are some limitation, because when we are talking about some questions related to agriculture, then we think agriculture in isolation. We believe that if we are just talking about the productivity, it is just land or labor productivity in agriculture. How different other aspects of the economy affecting agriculture, that also becomes very much important. So in that sense, once we have to highlight limitation of the mainstream theories. On the other hand, we have to highlight limitation of the alternative theories. In that context, the contribution by Professor Jha, Paris, Euros in this Agrarian South network, that is very much critical. And from this workshop, if we can start some sort of discussion around this topic on agricultural value system, which not only includes power asymmetry. So in the theory of agricultural value system, we have very much scope about power asymmetry that has capacity to explain unpaid work, that has capacity to explain different kind of state apparatus or power used by state apparatus, that has capacity to include the overlap between different agriculture and non-agriculture segments. So that has the capacity to explain various things. And in that way, it is going ahead of the earlier debates on agriculture, whether it is farm side productivity debate or mode of production debate. Because we are not looking agriculture in isolation. We are considering that a significant portion of surplus which is generated in agriculture is siphoned off, or that is going out of agriculture, and that is not coming in the agriculture. So this kind of a scope was not available in earlier debates. That is the critical thing that we need to understand. In that sense, if we can start a debate around agriculture value system in India, in Indian context, then we may be able to answer various things. And I'm very happy to highlight that these three presentations in this session was very much in line with that. And very soon, we must highlight or we must have a debate around agriculture value system. That would be a way forward for this workshop as well. Thank you.
All right, let me not abuse my position as a chair to launch on a sort of open-ended conversation. Let me first give you the floor. So please do not hesitate. Reflect on whatever issues you are troubled by in these presentations. If you have any questions or clarifications, anything, please, most welcome. So please also
I am Abhishek, MA final year student in CISLS. So I am especially questioning this theoretical aspect in your presentation. So yeah, I mean everyone. So what sort of politics is possible in case of like different labor regimes existing at the same time? Like there is Fordism, post-Fordism, or prior to Fordism, different type of labor regime existing at the same time, where capital pushes the labor under the subordination. For example, the control over abstract labor, even abstract time. So is there any chance of politics by which we can look beyond the trade union politics and other like mainstream traditional methods?
Thank you, Abhishek. Okay. Afrin, please. In the same order, one after the other. Okay, Afrin, and then you have raised your hand, and then
My question is to Pradeep, sir. Sir, I'm curious as to, in these villages in the vicinity of places like Gurgaon, what is the connection between, what is the role of being so proximate to the urban center? So what is the connection between the agricultural value system, the non-farm villages and the activities that happen there, and the deeper penetration of global value networks in the urban sphere?
Hello. My question is from Archana ma'am. What are the development to recognize women's paid and unpaid connection in agrarian sector?
everyone. I'm Dishi. मैं PhD student हूँ CSP से. My first question is from Amit. आपने super exploitation की बात करी. You talked about super exploitation. तो थोड़ा सा आप और highlight करके समझा सकते हैं कि in your field work ये बात कैसे निकल कर आई and ये बाकी दोनों exploitations मतलब this thing. Another thing I'm curious about it. हम लोग like this conversation around unpaid labor this keeps coming, but Marx has talked about unpaid labor from the very start. What मतलब कि कैसे extraction is possible because the labor is unpaid. तो ये पूरा का पूरा transition of that there is this unpaid woman labor and that starting of this debate is itself मतलब why was it a new thing? That makes me curious theoretically. मतलब if it was said well before that extraction is possible because of unpaid labor and wage equals to labor power, that kind of an understanding. So that's it.
Yes, sir. So my question is to Pradeep, sir. I'm just curious to know that within the whole context of neoliberal state, where does judicial standing fit in, and to what extent does it contribute in exacerbating the whole despotic setup? So I want to know, where does judicial standing fit in the whole neoliberal judicial? Yes, sir. Okay.
Anyone on this side? Okay. Let me come to Surya.
So I have a question to you, sir, Amit sir. You ended your discussion with the question and the challenges about unionization. Place like Haryana, especially, which is the peripheries are too much industrialized, and when people there are a lot of cases when people lose their hands on working on machines, and then even though they are not so much conscious enough to mobilize and to raise voices and to frame groups or in solidarity with each other, the time they find time to like express their solidarity only when they have a very big loss in their life, like when the hand is cut off, they cannot even move to the agricultural sector for other. And you talked about the circular migration. Can you suggest some ideas where we can actually make an impact on the unionization part of those informal sector laborers, workers?
Okay, let's take this as the first round, and Amit, you want to start? Take 2 minutes. Yeah.
The first, I respond to Manish's question. Actually, I couldn't elaborate. The time was less. Actually, that was a main concern of my PhD work also. This question of wage, value addition, and particularly in different strands, how the value is treated. Like in global value chain, GVC now is a popular coinage. Its value means in any in mainstream orthodox economic sense in terms of price. When we understand value from a Marxian terminology and root it in the labor process, valorization process, then we feel that the entire thing of like global value systems changes. Higher value adding activities in or mainstream global value chains, where the technology is there, marketing is there, and like final product is there, and particularly where the labor process is taking place, there it is called lower value added activities. When we understand value in Marxian terms, this kind of concave curve becomes convex in the third world countries, so-called third world countries, where the production is taking place, surplus value is being added. So in that sense, when we say wage or value addition in Marxian terms and in price terms, it's completely different. And that is one significance when we use the term global value systems, like the production, distribution, and receipt of value or surplus value along networks. Both for farm and non-farm sector, like one connected question was from you regarding super exploitation. Like two kind of extraction of surplus value in terms of absolute sense, like prolongation of working day, we say no new, like, and in relative surplus value we have intensification of work, like in the same 8-hour workspace you intensify. When we say super exploitation, when wage falls below the value of labor power. Like we were discussing, is in farm sector, industrial sector also. Suppose in industry earlier there's a minimum wage. Now this new labor code comes with the provision of apprentice, and apprentice gets a stipend of say 70% of minimum wage doing the same nature of work. And generally it becomes the particular employer-employee relation in a generalized form. Like in Maruti now, 40% is MST, Maruti student trainee, and 90% almost non-permanent workforce, whose salary is 10,000 to 17,000 around. 10 to 15% are the permanent workforce who have the salary of nearly 1 lakh. So this structure, even at the core of production, we find a section of workers having precarious work, which is possible in a society where in a precarious, it's a challenges of social reproduction also, they reproduce their lives because of huge labor, reserve army of labor, continuous labor for unemployment and etc., where workers are forced to operate in a situation where wages even below the value of labor power they are operating. So this is super exploitation, particularly when there is a crisis of accumulation in world capitalism. I think these two factors complement each other. One is super exploitation, and second is what Archana was saying, the unpaid labor. Particularly the exploitation and high profit rate when there is a falling rate of profit. To compensate that, this discussion is there in various books like John Smith, this Imperialism in 21st Century, he discusses this aspect. Regarding trade union organizing, like I can say more regarding industrial labor because I am a trade union activist. For agrarian labor, I have less knowledge, indirect knowledge I can say. One challenge we face that basically trade union framework is not required. The labor and capital social contract that was there 40 years back, 50 years back when the labor laws were made because of struggle of workers definitely, that they don't require now. So if there is no trade union framework, then it is basically law and order problem, criminalization of trade union movement. So union formation, even for legal union formation, there is serious struggle. So if there is no trade union, then there is no collective bargaining. If there is no collective bargaining, then basically the wages fall and there is no other facilities, etc., etc. So this is a serious challenge. It is connected to the discussion of super expression, other factor also. So now the challenges is that when there is a 70 to 80% workforce, even in industrial labor, and as we were discussing in Haryana context, if the migrant workers come, then the bargaining capacity of local agrarian workers that get diminished. So what do you do in that situation? The local migrant conflict, permanent contract conflict, etc., etc. Then generally for trade union movement, for collective bargaining, we need to have a single union. The law doesn't allow, like 3 days back, the Belsonica union of Manesar had its registration cancelled by the labor department because they gave union membership to a contract worker. So the argument was that contract workers and permanent workers cannot be member of the same union. The registration was cancelled. So similarly, like we find the difficulty to organize both these sections together, and particularly the more disadvantaged section. One aspect is that when we are saying that there is a circular movement, there is a experience accumulated. Suppose in Haryana, those workers who are joining Manrega Mazdoor Union in rural context, construction worker union in rural context, when they are coming back to their village, they are bargaining with the farmers for their wages. So, or in garment sector where there is union, the workers are going and having some understanding, then basically it's important to at least carry on the process. And for migrant workers, we feel it is important to both have this process in source state and destination state. We saw it in terms of Corona period where migrant workers, both source and destination state, face problems. So in a comprehensive framework, we need to think. Thank you.
Beginning with a discussion. Oops, what happened? What is happening to the non-farm village space? Well, it is trying to withstand its own depoliticization, in the sense that social elites are trying to somehow bring in these kind of values, encouraged by corporate ethical governance interventions. Now, these interventions claim to be very ethical, but they certainly don't appear to be so. Now, in these spaces, we still have politics, because the lower strata of the society is basically rooting for political institutions, meaning basically democratic politics. So as long as the lower strata, the people from below continue to root or stand up to these kind of unethical structures that claim to be very ethical, I think we have our democracy will survive. First thing. Second, well, what is judiciary? Well, I mean, we have conflicting. Judiciary is also not very homogeneous in its approach towards social issues. You have judges calling slum dwellers as pickpockets, but we also had a Supreme Court judge, I think Comrade Vikram Singh quoted Markandeya Kajju, for example, gave a fantastic judgment. So you have judges who are, I think, ethically, morally quite upright. That we can't really say about lots of other people who, I mean, their pronounced, I mean, their verdicts would show that. Okay, but calling somebody, I mean, as slum dwellers as pickpockets or nuisance, also reflects upon, I think, that individual judge. I'm not casting aspersion on judiciary as a system or as an institution, but then if you look at Althusser, from Althusser's point of view, judiciary is also a kind of state apparatus. So I think I've questioned these. Answer your questions, right? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So Professor Scherer is already online, and I have two very big questions to answer. So I will give one or two pointed, brief answers without getting into the logic of my answers. Okay? Otherwise, it take time. Firstly, Manish raised a very valid point, and it's a point that is to be noted. But if you take the second question about Marx talking about these spheres, I think you're quite correct. Okay? If we use the Marxian notion of value, that is use value and exchange value, then the goods and services and the tasks that are undertaken in exchange value obviously have to be treated a bit separately. Yeah, and the sphere of social reproduction is basically generally been considered as place where you produce use value, but you don't get recognized for your labor. Yeah. So obviously, we cannot talk about unpaid labor as a homogeneous category. I mean, I just tried to be a little polemical in my talk, but even when one would teach it, one would not teach it in such a mega generalized manner, and we can sort of look at it. Now, as far as the feminist political economy is concerned, you see, I think you have to see it in context. It played a very important role in raising some of these issues and making working class movements, even if they're not acting upon it, realize that there's a problem. Okay? So I don't think we should just dismiss it like that. However, the way the theoretical basis for it has created certain problems for understanding labor as a whole. That's my point. Yeah, because we cannot actually, they are doyens of research. I mean, Federici, Della Costa, Maria Mies, but people have tried to go beyond them, people like Tithi Bhattacharya or Lisa Vogel or others. But if you look at the application of their work in agrarian societies, that's the question that I was trying to raise. And I think we have to shift from that politics now onto a different level of politics because of a different stage of capitalism. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So I'm not at all saying that everything that is being done should be dismissed. If they had not done that, we would probably not be here also. So, so I don't want it to be taken as an extreme critique. Yeah, but certainly the relationship, Manish, between paid and unpaid work in agrarian societies, it has not been studied in that type of way. That is what I'm saying. Because if you study it, now just the last point in half a second, if you look at unpaid domestic services for production of goods for own final use, men are actually spending more time than women doing it. This is not work that is maybe considered self-employed, whatever. Men are spending more time than women doing it. So the whole question of unpaid labor, the problem that I'm trying to highlight is it needs to be unpacked much better, and your question only illustrates the problem much better. Thank you.
All right, so we don't have any more time. This particular session was indeed very engaging, and it has thrown a lot of questions which we have to kind of we need to engage with, and yeah. Okay, so thank you for your very profound inputs, very useful inputs, engaging inputs, the discussants and all the presenters. And all these issues are very, very, very vexed. So hopefully we'll have some other occasion, some other time, yeah, to get into these in a deeper fashion. But for today, unfortunately, we have to close this particular session. Those of you who are very interested on carrying on this conversation during the high tea, I would be happy to engage with you. Okay? Okay. All right. So with that, we close this session. Please, another round of applause for all our wonderful panelists in this session.
We have a special lecture. Um, okay, there is an announcement. Everyone hand over their evaluation form to the registration panel, Casey or Envansu. So we have a special lecture addressing the decent work deficit in agriculture value chains by Christoph Scherer and professor of University of Kassel, Germany, and Professor Parvin Jha, sir. Thank you.
Welcome, Christoph. Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks for the welcome.
Great. Okay. Now, Professor Christoph Scherer is a distinguished professor, honorary distinguished professor at the University of Kassel, but he has been a very, very distinguished scholar for decades now. His work is very profound. He has worked in several areas. He has served the University of Kassel with great distinction, apart from several other universities, as a visitor and as part of several kinds of academic associations and so on. Christoph, this is the last session of our two-day workshop, which was political economy of agribusiness and labor rights in the context of contemporary global value systems. Something which has been very close to your heart in your series of books on globalization and development. There has been a lot of contribution on this particular theme. Santosh is here, who has edited one of the volumes with you on that. So in fact, I would very strongly recommend that series for many of you, those of you interested in this business of agribusiness and labor rights. With that, let me now invite Professor Scherer to deliver this special lecture, and we look forward to it. Christoph, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I feel very honored to speak to you today, and thanks for the nice welcome. I will now open my PowerPoint. I hope that works. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, Christoph, please go ahead.
Okay. So, I will talk about the decent work deficit, and I have to go to the other one moment. I'm not so familiar with the Google. I'm in the Zoom world usually. Where does, oops. And,
Please let us know if you want one of our volunteers to run your slides.
Yeah, but can you see it now, my structure?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, and I know how to move it now around. Very good. So I will talk a little bit about measurements of decent work deficits and how to do so, about the value distribution in the agricultural chain, and some examples of improvement and limitations to economic and social upgrading there. And here I'm mentioning a few people who have supported me in forming this talk. From Faisal and from Brazil and South Africa and from Kassel. And you're probably already familiar with the decent work agenda. It's about the labor standards, the rights at work, employment opportunities, social protection, and social dialogue. And the question is how now to measure something like that in the field of agriculture. And here we had a farm worker study in South Africa there. And it was quite quantitative with 600 respondents. I've just finished a study with collaborators on shipping, and there it is so much more difficult to then actually get responses because people are so afraid, and it's so difficult to access people on ships. Yeah, so 600, that's a lot. It takes quite some time, and of course also one needs some qualitative interviews to really understand the situation. But what is quite interesting is that they built some indicators that can be used for surveys. And here you see their result. So they then had a very simple way of asking the farm workers, do they have employment opportunities or not? And is there stability and security at work or not? And so on.
Christoph,
And
are you already moving the slides? Because we can't see any movement of your slides. You are referring?
oh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Probably wants to do.
Presentation.
See.
And oh, I'm sorry, that's something. Last week, I gave a talk also in Delhi through Zoom, and there it worked with my, that's funny. Well, then I do have to rely on support from your group. And so please,
All right. All right. So
my slides.
yes.
Mm. Yes, right.
So you may switch. What is it? Stop your presentations, and since we
Yeah.
already have your slides, we'll kind of
Yeah.
start that, and then you please tell us when to move to the next slide.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But that creates another problem for me, actually. Well, the next after the first slide is the structure, which I already explained. And then I showed some of the collaborators, the decent work agenda. And let's move to number 5, measuring decent work.
We're on slide 5. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Well, so that was the study by Webster and Nikosi on the farm workers in South Africa. I already mentioned they had quite a big group of respondents. And now we move to the next one, slide number 6. Yes, no, that's number 6. Very good. And here they have the table of their results. And I highlighted the earnings, and that the response showed that the earnings were not sufficient, that was not decent work, and also highlighted social dialogue, meaning they didn't have any representation, no trade union representation there. And so one could here see in such a table the dimensions of the decent work deficit. Now let's move to the next slide. Yes, here we move to Brazil, into an area where they are growing melons in big numbers. And in the European wintertime, they send it to Europe. And in the European summertime, they keep the melons in Brazil. But what I want to show you with here is that's a way how to graphically represent the layoffs. You know, when people are hired, the casual workers are hired, and when they are laid off. And that, of course, is also a nice measurement of decent work deficit to show over a period of time. Another method we show here in this one, because not in all countries enumeration is in money terms, it may also be in non-monetary forms. And in Faisalabad, there was also pay through dunk cakes, something that I had to learn what it actually means. And so you have not just the cash income, but also then the non-monetary remunerations if you work in areas where farm labor is also paid in non-cash forms there. The next slide. Yes. Well, agriculture is a rather dangerous occupation. Not quite as dangerous as forest work, but nevertheless quite dangerous and more comparable with construction work. And I think if you want to measure the decent work deficit, then that's a key variable. And here you see another way of representing the field research that one then also had questions related to what are the problems. And with climate change, we see that the weather, the temperature seems to be rather problematic in the area of Faisalabad. Yes, the next one is also a nice diagram with a nice Indian word, chapati diagram. And with that, you can highlight specific problems. And you see here, it's about the challenges for people holding cattle, and the feeding costs seem to be the main concern. But also having little time or diseases of reproductive problems and so on. And I think that's a very wonderful way of visualizing your results there. You can, yes, the next one. Now we move to Africa, and that was a study on pastoralists keeping cattle in the free field. And here there were these kind of categories of whether the work is exhausting, very challenging, dangerous, burdensome. So one could also differentiate then the challenges or here the hardship of workers along these kind of categories. So that's another way to represent the decent work deficit. And here our last concerning measurement of deficits. I think it could also be very helpful to see how much time actually is being spent on the different tasks there. And then, of course, also trying to identify who is doing this. And here we have also, again, a nice graph that also shows you the lower and the upper time brackets, that because of course over the different households, or here the woman working with the buffaloes, you see that there are averages, but there's of course also deviation from the averages. And this graph shows very neatly the average, but also the deviation from it. Yeah. So let's now move towards measuring who is getting what and the value distribution of the fresh melon chain. And I already mentioned that the melon from this northern Brazilian area is sent to UK, but also to other places in Europe. But here they then did a very nice study of measuring who is getting what. And you see that the workers in the field get rather little there, and the producer margin is quite large there. But also the wholesaler. Very interestingly, the supermarket margin is extremely little, very scant. But that changes once the supermarket does something very, a very tiny little bit to the melon, meaning the supermarket is cutting the melon. And I show you that in the next slide. The supermarket margin really jumps by almost 100% once they start doing processing, but the processing is just basically cutting it into nice pieces so that people don't have to carry home a big heavy melon there. Yeah. So that's also something really to remember when you do these calculations, how that could change very quickly if someone in the chain is doing something different than before there. One up 15, go back to 15, please. Yes. That's an example of trying to upgrade a specific production chain in Pakistan. And here the university teamed up with a team from Australia, and one of then the planters in the area of Faisalabad to then improve the production of mangoes for export markets. And it tells you that if they want to do so, they need to do a lot of things. They really have to start with thinking about what kind of mangoes will survive the transportation. They will have to think about what kind of soil is then the right one. They have to then think about the cooling houses, the transportation, and so on. So and they also have to train the workers. So it's a major effort now to move into this area of export business there. And the next slide then also shows you a little bit of the results. And it also, the pictures show you the ambivalence of these efforts. So on the one side, you see the traditional way where the mangoes are just put into a carton. And then the upscaled one is to put them into plastic, which of course then increases the use of plastics and is not very helpful for the environment. But it is helpful to have the mangoes look good once they arrive in Germany. Actually, today I went to the market and bought mangoes. And there is one place where they sell mangoes by huge quantities. And so I could get a mango for €1 there. That's quite amazing. And that tells you another story, because these kind of upgrading strategies are, of course, done in a lot of places. And the first movers, they can earn a lot of money in doing this upgrading, because then they earn the pioneer rent. But as the Australians and especially the Dutch going throughout the world trying to identify new places from where to source the mangoes, the price of the mangoes then goes down. So in the beginning, you might have a nice spread, but in the end, over the couple of years, you will find that the competition has become quite stiff and your income will then also be reduced. But first, look at the initial phase. So let's go to number 17. And here you see that the best practice leads to a higher margin for the growers there. And it also leads to a bit more for the workers there. But what is also interesting that there is a great hesitancy to actually scale up, meaning that other growers are not so willing in that area to adopt these kind of measures and techniques of growing mangoes for the export markets. And one thing is probably the start-up costs to change from one system to another. But the other is also probably that they would have to treat workers differently. They would have to really train and invest in the workers and provide them with better conditions so that the workers are also taking better care of the export mangoes there. Well, and then kind of a bit of a summary. This best practice is spreading slowly. The wages usually remain rather low. The health and safety of the workers is neglected, so there is a lot of attention to the health and safety of the produce, but not so much of the workers there. So one probably needs a lot more awareness campaigns and state support for that kind of upgrading. And number 19. Now moving to specific limitations there. For Ghana, we have the case study that the demand for chocolate in Ghana is rather low. Cocoa was always produced for export markets because the way Europeans are eating chocolate, that's immediately gone in the hot climate of Ghana. Yeah. And they also need to import basic cocoa beans in order to then meet the standard taste. So they also cannot just use their own ones. Then all the packaging, milk powder, sugar, and so and that. They have to make sure that they have easy access to electricity. The infrastructure for transport is much to be improved, and so on. And then also the profit margins are rather low because the buyers are highly concentrated. Probably a topic you were dealing with the last 2 days. You know that. And then there's also the issue of the social upgrading. So it's not just the economic upgrading, but also the social upgrading. Here one can see that the unequal power relations, also the gender relations play in that then women are mobilized for doing more the dirty jobs and the low-paid jobs. Then quite a number of cocoa farms are using migrants from the Sahel zone. Then, of course, the difference between the landowners and the sharecroppers, other divisions in the countries and so on, which all make it rather difficult for collective action. But in the end, collective action, of course, is necessary for the social upgrading. And that's a topic I will be dealing with in the next slide. Sorry, I forgot. Another is the in these efforts to upgrade the production. One was in Kenya, and there is an indigenous leafy vegetable that had been used over generations, that but hasn't been now used much by city folks. And so the wonderful idea was that one could address the food insecurity at the same time by empowering women, because women would then be the ones active in the supply chain of these leafy vegetables. But once that pilot project started, it was then obvious that if money flows, the men move in. So the men took over the production because now they could earn cash. And the leafy vegetables might be very healthy, but they take a lot of time. And for women in agriculture, that could be done, next to other things. But women then in urban areas being employed in other professions and so on, that was too much time consuming there. And then, quite interestingly, in Kenya, industrially prepared vegetables lack acceptance because one is not so sure whether the water that had been used to clean the vegetables is actually a clean water. So the expected results did not materialize there. Well, and here the conclusion. The different slides I showed you, they were supposed to highlight that one really needs to have different forms of measurement if one wants to be context sensible. That you cannot use the same decent work indicators for pastoral farming as for horticulture, for example. So one really has to think about these kind of differences. And of course, if you start moving into comparisons of countries, the country makes a big difference. In our project, it was always funny to see that if people were talking about small-scale farmers, then in India it sounded more like 4 acres. That was really small. But in Brazil, 4 acres is nothing. So it really starts perhaps with 40 acres at least when you have a farmer there. Well, and to end my little talk, highlighting what Professor Jha has so kindly already pointed out, that we did a couple of studies that were also published. And I see Santosh in the room, who contributed to the first one, but also Manish then was with the chapter in the last one. That the one that are in yellow, these can be downloaded. They are on the internet. The last one, unfortunately, not. Also quite interesting in terms of value chain discussion. You see on the yellow one a longer name down there of the publisher, Rainer Hamp Verlag, a German publisher. And on the gray one, you see also, it's then edition of Rainer Hamp, meaning that the small publisher has been gobbled up by the larger publisher. And the larger publisher has, of course, more marketing power, but also, of course, more power vis-a-vis the authors. And we see that in the field of publishing to a huge extent nowadays there. And this German one is still pretty good. The huge international ones, they really charge a lot from on both sides usually. Authors have to pay, and then the users have to pay. Well, that was my introduction to measuring the decent work deficit. And I'm open, if there's some time, to answer some of your queries.
Thanks very much, Christoph, for this very, very fascinating lecture. And if it is okay with you, we will take maybe 2 or 3 clarificatory questions or any other kind of question. So Pradeep, another colleague that you know very well, Pradeep Shinde. Yes. So Pradeep has raised his hand and Pradeep has a question. If there is anyone else, if you may please show your hand, then I can. Archana Afreen. Okay. So since we do not have too much time, so let's maybe stick to only these 3 questions, Christoph.
Yes.
So we go in that order. Pradeep, please use the mic.
Great to see you, Christoph. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was quite struck by one of your concluding points, that social upgrading requires economic upgrading or something. Social upgrading is important for economic upgrading, right?
Well, I was saying that it is rather difficult to then enforce social upgrading in a situation where economic upgrading was actually successful, which then actually questions the relationship between social upgrading and economic upgrading. So my central argument would be, which you can find in these books, would be that economic upgrading does not translate automatically into social upgrading. There. That's kind of a central point. One can also make the point that social upgrading can help economic upgrading. Yeah. So, for example, the better treatment of the mangoes requires a certain training of workers there. And that would go along with a little bit, but not much, with a little bit of social upgrading for the workers there.
No, but as far as, can I continue? As far as women's role is concerned, women's participation is concerned in these activities. So, I mean, social norms tend to be very tenacious when it comes to women. So
yeah, that's another experience that gender norms are quite sticky. They're difficult to overcome.
Okay, Archana, please. It's Archana Christoph, huh? Just a second.
Yes. Hi, Archana.
Hi, how are you? I have a related question to that of Pradeep. That can you think of social and economic upgrading without the process of social transformation? And if we link the two things, any upgrading within the market system has to be linked to social transformation, then will the corporations do it?
Well, most corporations would have to be pushed. And that's another message, that social upgrading requires collective action by those who are impacted by it, meaning here mainly the smallholders, the landless workers, or workers overall. Yeah. The problem for landless workers is that they usually have great difficulties to really form a group, because first of all, they're usually very poor and have to live from one day to another. But they may also not have some of the skills necessary to then voice their concerns in a way that they really resonate with lots of other people. But there are examples where landless workers were quite successful. So we also can learn from successful resistance. But I think key for both, in a way, and I think that effort here that I briefly showed you in Pakistan concerning the mangoes, the economic upgrading also requires a lot of collective action there, but collective action then more, of course, of the state, the property owners, and so on. But for some upgrading, one also, even economic upgrading, one has to push sometimes capital. But for the social upgrading, with few exceptions, it is always necessary that workers come together and fight for it and try to find allies in society to really then be successful.
Thank you, Christoph, on that note. And Afreen, the last question for you, Christoph.
My question is specifically about the case of Faisalabad. So Faisalabad being an industrial region, I was wondering what relations the industrial global value networks in Faisalabad, especially in textiles, for instance, has for the agricultural kind of upgrading.
My feeling is that that is not really connected well there. The professor who was a key player in it, he had been trained in Australia. And the Australian university is one that has a strong agricultural department. And the professor was then a professor at the Agricultural University of Faisalabad. And so I think it is really more an issue of professorial entrepreneurship that then gets some people together, and the funding for such an endeavor there. At my last visit before COVID, I got the impression that they are now trying to get the state more involved, the state of Punjab, in this effort there.
Okay, so on that note, let us express our gratitude to Christoph with a very, very warm round of applause. Not only for this fascinating lecture, but also because he has been a long-standing friend of JNU for well over a decade, via a whole range of activities, collaborative work, support to us to facilitate many of our academic programs and so on. So he has been a wonderful, wonderful co-traveler for us, JNU in particular, and sort of much of the activities have been located in the Center for Informal Sector and Labor Studies, but also in some other programs as well. So this partnership has been extremely valuable, and even though Christoph has retired from the University of Kassel, but we sort of hope to have a productive and long association with him wherever he is based, in whichever capacity he can associate with us, in whichever capacity we can associate with him. So on that note, Christoph, very, very grateful to you to have found time to be part of this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you also for your very kind words, and I'm looking forward to my visit to JNU next year.
Yes. Yes, next year we will have the Global Partnership Network Conference, and for that we hope to have Christoph here. Yeah, provided we manage to have the conference. Okay. Bye, Christoph. Thanks very much. Bye. All right.
All right, after the enriching session, I would like to invite Kalishetty Babu sir, who is an assistant professor at CISLS JNU for vote of thanks.
So, thank you so much for inviting me to conclude this 2 days workshop. The workshop title is The Political Economy of Agricultural Value Systems in India, Regional Perspectives and Policy Implications for Labor and Agri-Business, under the auspices of Global Partnership Network, University of Kassel and Jawaharlal Nehru University, 2 days, that is 29-30 September 2023. So now we have come to that the last concluding session, that with a successful 2 days deliberations of this entire workshop, we have to proudly announce that the workshop is completely succeeded in delivering its whatever that we have actually planned for. So there are 4 sessions in the day 1 and 1 special lecture, and in the first session the speakers like Sukhpal Singh, who spoke on the frameworks on understanding agri-business penetration in Indian agriculture, and Dinesh Abrol sir spoke on conceptualizing rise of agri-business in India, and also Devanathan sir spoke on the global monopsony, production costs and reverse subsidies, and session 2 Himanshu spoke on conceptualizing the issues of Indian agriculture, and Sagari Ramdas spoke on big shift in the vision of agriculture in India, and Santosh Verma spoke on input use and the cost of cultivation of paddy in India by analyzing the CACP data. And third session, Kavya spoke on corporate concentration and its methods. Devesh Bairwal spoke on livestock sector as a tool for reducing inequality in India. Varun Kumar Das spoke on is manufacturing become a rural phenomenon in India. Special lecture Paris Euro spoke on the comparative studies on the tricontinental, the 3 regions constituting the global south, shifts in the employment in the peripheries, and also gender and agrarian transitions, all that he was discussing. On the 4th session, Avinash Kumar, he spoke on online on the agri-business threat to the sustainable agriculture, the case of nitrogen trap in India, and Avaninder Thakur, agriculture markets and socio-economic inequality, and Manish Kumar and Avanish Kumar, their paper was on agrarian economy of Bihar, structural constraints versus technological optimism, and Nivedita Sharma, an overview of contract farming in India and the question of transnational capital. Day 2, session 1, of the decent work. In this, three people spoke. Prachi Bansal spoke on labor absorption in Indian agriculture. Neha Chauhan spoke on decent work and women in agricultural sector. Nidish Villar spoke on SAI cooperative class forces to fight corporates experience from tea plantation cooperatives in Kerala. Session 2, Anamitra spoke on the review of laws and state of labor rights in agricultural value systems in India. Vikram Singh spoke on experiences of All India Agricultural Workers Union from the field. And Anjana Hemant Kumar spoke on at the juncture of nature, labor and capital case of cashew farms in Arlam Farms, Kannur. Third session is my session which I also participated. Gagandeep Kaur contextualize the workers movement in Punjab, focus on the caste gender dimensions, particularly spoke on wage differentials between the various caste groups. And I spoke on the movements related to the agrarian, trade union and the migrant labor. And the Vikram Singh spoke on people's resistance as the answer to repressive uh, uh, repressive agriculture laws and systems. And last session, fourth session, Amit Chakravarti spoke on the conceptualizing labor regimes and agrarian and non-agrarian regimes, and spoke on the capital labor relationship and super exploitation, etc. And Pradeep spoke on the labor regimes in the urban spaces and the sanitary workers and the exploitation systems and all. And Professor Archana Prasad ma'am spoke on political economy of unpaid work and largely comprising of the household work, and also various the scholars' opinions were brought, and women how subsidizes capital through her unpaid labor and all was very well conceptualized through her presentation. And last presentation is by the Christopher Serra addressing the decent work deficit in agricultural value chains, and he spoke on the measuring decent work and the workers' safety and also the frequency of neglected gender relations. Decent work deficit should be context specific and social upgrading important economic important for economic upgrading. And with this we have actually completed our all deliberations in each section of the sessions and all. And this session was started with the opening remarks from Meenakatan Behra of the Center Chairperson, Center for Informal Sector and Labor Studies. Today's session was opened with Shakti Kumar with his opening remarks, and both have given an excellent of the comprehensions of their about this workshop and all. And now I just come to last part of this workshop. First of all, I would like to thank the 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 person who is the pillar of all these happenings is Professor Pravinja sir. Please, big applause for Professor Pravinja sir, because I always think if Archana ma'am, Pravinja sir is not there in the center, what kind of this kind of academic happenings will be there or not. So that is my worry. But still, because I am still they are here, and I am so happy always they are. No, I am saying real because such a people, because every day I am seeing one eminent professor is retiring, is a loss to the JNU. The whole people that who built the university one by one, they are just going, and the entry is something which I don't want, something is coming. That is my worry. And I hope our future hope is there are some the legacy that Praveen sir is left for us is among that legacy is Manish. So Manish is the future for whatever that Praveen sir actually built. He will be, I hope, will carry forward that. My other important pillar of the center is Professor Archana Prasad, madam. She, we have, because always in our my heart, we have a great respect for them because of their hard work, and we are also learners. I am telling you, like MA students, when they come to the first day to the center, they speak something very rough words. When they go out with their MA, they are very proficient in speaking about labor. I proudly say these 8 years, this center, whatever that I have a passion towards the labor research, was shaped, sharpened by the kind of inspiration from these two people. Today, any achievement is learning from these two people to say proudly. And my madam is always a source of inspiration for everyone, and the time that dedicates for the research, everything, and also the contribution that is given for the particular the section of the knowledge for the labor issues and all. And for this particular workshop, one person very rigorously all the time was running here and there. I think he is now settled, Samantha. Every time I think one person will take responsibility. He is like a between the two wickets. So here and there is always taking runs. So I hope your century is completed now. So I think that whatever that last moment that the other day, Friday, I was his face is full of tension. I asked what Samantha, what happened? He said, sir, signatures are not done. Sir, we are so much tension. The event is planned, everything. We have booked everything, and it's a very financial liability to everyone. Imagination is something beyond something that whatever planning is very is at the trouble. But immediately I got a mail, sir, the event is confirmed, so we are going ahead with the event. Then I was just okay, so the tension is gone. So I congratulate you, Samantha, for this wonderful work that you have carried away. And there are so many helping hands for this workshop, for this kind of successful completion. Sonam, Meghna, they have very well supported this workshop, especially rapporting. The task was taken by Afrin. Actually, Afrin, thank you so much, because so last time I have drafted this entire conclusion. This time, thank you so much for drafting this conclusion. It should be continued. And Kaushil, also I thank Devika, Ruchika, Uma, Avikant, Deepshika, and technological support, Abhishek. So thank you for showing us the video and all that in screen and all. No, I'm telling, not completed. So one by one I'm coming. Then Ayush and Kanishka. So thank you so much for this technological support. Despite of this, the limitations of this hall, you made it possible of this entire proceedings. The online also without any obstruction we have had. And the very important one is that food. Wonderful food is served and everybody enjoyed the food along with the deliberations. Hemant? No, first Abhishek one. Otherwise he will fire me. So the food, Hemant, David, Saloni, Rishabh, Surya, thank you so much for arranging the wonderful food for our all the participants. And travel, Ananya, Deepshika, thank you so much for arranging the travel transport to all our outside delegates for everything. Registration and Himanshu Kannanuni and Runesh, Anurag, Adhar, Anshman, Kesia. Thank you so much. I think any names are not there. Please, you have to take it in a positive manner. So maybe somebody who is behind, your contribution will be somewhere reserved for your some kind of gift. Okay, don't worry about that. Okay, with this, I thank each and every person, especially Praveen sir, because this time I was also given chance to speak, because that is the one of uh, uh, the times that actually we get chance to upgrade ourselves and all. Sir, I hope as long as you're there, we want to continue this aspiration. I promise you from this forum that we will take forward along with all collectively, not as individual, but whatever that network is there, we are going to continue this. Thank you so much. I think Praveen sir will conclude the.
Thank you, Kalichitu Babu sir. Thanks to all the participants. This brings our workshop to a close. I hope that, like me, you've all learned a lot and that this will lead to further deliberations and discussions. And now we have high tea being served outside, so I welcome everyone to please partake in that and carry forward the discussions. Thank you.